Those are all the things, right, Megs? I think so. Sweet. Okay. Thing one and thing two. If you have a gander at the agenda, lots of fun stuff on tap for us. The first thing is generically described on the agenda as opening exercise. And I'm going to tell you a little bit about it so you can begin to gather your thoughts while I run through the rest of the agenda. You are going to visit with each other in pairs, 4 minutes per person in a pair. So it's like an 8-minute thing. There's some ish in there. For your 4 minutes, what you're going to want to do is tell your thought partner there what's on your mind as you think about the future of Boulder, in particular, with an eye toward the next 1 year. You have 4 minutes to share your thoughts. And I know it's 4 minutes because your thought partner will not be interrupting you. Because when you are the not talking member of your pair, your assignment is to. If you have never tried to listen for 4 straight minutes for conversation, I will just prepare you for the fact that it's harder than it sounds. But don't just nod along and be like, yeah, I can't wait till this 4 minutes is over. But really listen, because when we come back together, I'm going to ask you to reflect on what you've heard. Common themes, any unique thoughts, surprises, whatever. So it's really important that this is a listening exercise. So we're gonna do that first. It's gonna be so fun. I'll give you more details about that in a minute. After we do that, we're gonna come back, and then the remainder of our day is focused on our prioritization exercise. You have already moved this ball well down the court by doing the forced ranking survey that we actually do. This is Nadia, she's with me, and she has written each one of your items on a sticky note in shockingly legible handwriting, and that's how you know I didn't do it. And they are numbered according to their rank in the ranking survey. That's what these numbers in the corner mean. We'll give you an opportunity to identify which ones are most important to you a little bit later. But you recall that prioritization means our job in the next 2 days is to narrow this list down to a shorter list. You might ask, Heather, how many things can we end up with at the end of the day? And to that I say, I do not know, because it depends on the items. So staff is prepared to visit with you about what end up being the highest priority items, so you have a sense of what the lift is. We do not anticipate getting closure on the priority exercise today. Today we're going to do some groundwork, some visiting, all the things. But when we leave today, just want to prepare you. We will not know for sure what those are. Tomorrow morning, that's where we're going to bring that bad boy up. And then tomorrow, of course, we also have all kinds of fun process things to discuss. So that is roughly the plan. Per usual, you should get up and get treats and restroom at your convenience. But other than that, I don't have anything else to say. Mr. Mayor, I'd like to say to these lovely people before we get to work.
Good morning, y'all. Great to be here with you again. Let's do it.
Like that. Come on, team. All right. So here's the plan. You are going to work in pairs. I trust that you can organize this on your own. Your job, council members, is you will talk to every other member of council and Noria. So that's 9 pairs, right? In your pair, again, this is a listening exercise. 4 minutes talking per person, then you switch. The other person talks for 4 minutes. I'll call time just so you can keep track, and then you'll switch. One thing that you are going to want to do is probably take some notes, because I am going to ask again, what are some common themes, some juicy bits that emerge from your conversations? And then you'll share those themes and takeaways when we come back together. I would love, when you get into your pairs, to have the newest member of council talk first. There's only one in each pair. In each pair. Oh, right? I appreciate that there are some pairs where you came on at the same time. I trust that you will sort that out. Again, the question here is, what is on your mind as you think about the future of Boulder, in particular, the next year? This 1 year focus is going to be a drumbeat through our time together. We are accustomed in our council retreats to developing a 2-year work plan. Y'all got this one oddball time. It is a 1 year work plan. So really be thinking about, yes, big picture, future of Boulder, but what's the 1 year thing? So you will have 4 minutes to share that with your thought partner. They will have 4 minutes to share theirs with you. Listening, just to be clear, is not talking, right? It's actually listening. I'm gonna walk around, I'm gonna watch. I just did this in a training the other day and I was like, wait, are you the listener or the talker? And dude was like, oh, I was the listener. I was like, wow, you sucked at that world. So before we jump into that, does anyone have any questions about this opening paired exercise? Yeah.
Council members with council members or staff?
Yuri is the only staff person participating.
That's what. Okay,
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, also because you need a pair. Right. It's simple math. Again, Denver Public Schools, man, it was a rough time, but even I got there.
Heather,
Yeah.
4 minutes per?
Per talker, so total 8-minute rounds.
Never been able to focus 4 minutes. Do your best.
Do your best. I appreciate this question. You may talk up to 4 minutes. If you're done before your 4 minutes are up, then you and your thought partner can figure out, does that mean they're gonna just like make up your time? Because if you only talk for 2 and the other person be like, well, great, I got 6 minutes of material, here we go. Figure that out in your pairs. The other thing you need to know is while we are live streaming, live streamers, viewers in TV land, hello, they will not be able to hear you because there'll be so much noise. So you'll be one-on-one. Consider these just paired conversations. You do not have to stay at this table. You can go into this room if you need a little bit more space, but you cannot go farther than that because I need to be able to find you when your time is up. So what we might do for our first round of pairings is just pick a spot and everyone go to the person on their left or right. So Nicole, can I start with you? And you go with Taisha and we'll go around that way. Cool. Okay. Everyone's like, that is not who I wanted to start with. Oh, come on. You're all so lovely. You're gonna have so much fun. All right. So if you're going to move, yes,
We're doing this once or we're doing more than once?
you're doing it with every single person.
Got it.
Yeah. So many times, Ryan, so many times.
It works.
I am timing you, because I like them better than I like you. Okay. Get to a pair.
What's the picture? Red market.
So, are you meeting over there? Okay, if I'm starting the timer, you have 4 minutes. First talker, talk. First listener, listen.
Yeah.
theme is, how did you find that? Aaron, I think I can interpret what your face just told me, but how did you find that?
I'm tired of hearing myself talk.
Did you find that as it went on, your thinking changed or your delivery changed? Or did you say literally the exact same stump speech to all these fine people?
Short.
Shorter. Okay. Other folks?
But I did really enjoy hearing other people's prayers.
Fantastic. Okay. Anyone else? Yep, Tina?
I'll just ditto what Erin said.
Mhm.
Yeah, way shorter. And I really like the different ways we interpreted the question. It's great. I thought it was a great.
Fantastic. Yeah.
It's an unfair competitive advantage for those that get to run for re-election this year, because they've got a massive leg up. Practice. Those of us that ran last year didn't get this practice.
So I feel like I failed.
Really unfair.
I failed you. That was my bad. All right. Other than that, get it.
I was just noticing as we went forward how I think we did consolidate a bit, but also it did shift.
Mhm.
As I heard other people.
Interesting. You started to incorporate some feedback as you went along. Interesting.
Better, I think.
Yep. Brian?
I liked it. One reason I liked it is because I think having here just one-on-one, it's a different kind of discussion than if somebody's saying it into a microphone, expecting everybody else to listen to it. So I think we're able to get more of like the essence, I think, from what somebody's really trying to do.
Yep. Mark?
I started with a particular point of view, set of priorities, and I found they were expanding a bit because some of the comments that I heard were very compelling to me. So
Excellent.
mind open.
Play. How hard was it just to sit there and listen for 4 minutes? Did you want to jump in and agree or ask clarifying questions, or were you able to find ease in the listening?
Fine.
Okay.
And I like hearing what every council member has to say, because we're all gonna be working together, and it's just nice to like get a feel for the higher council.
Anyone else? Anyone get kind of twitchy?
Yeah.
God, it's a long time to not talk.
Yeah. Never like listen.
I never got a silence I couldn't defeat. It is hard. And so part of the reasoning behind it, right, is to really invite you to give your full focus to listening to someone else without trying to find your own rebuttal or your own, counter opinion, or even the form of your own agreement. Like, it really is a different way to listen when you know you not only you don't have to respond, but you don't get to respond. You just sit with it and hear. So now I saw you all taking notes. Now I want to hear, what did you hear? I don't want to hear the long list of things, but did anyone have something where you're like, wow, that was a new cool idea? Or literally every single person I talked to had some version of this, anything like that? This is for you all, not for me. Just anyone hear some juicy stuff? Yep, Matt.
A theme I heard, and I thought Taisha encapsulated it in 2 words, is urgent and important. But I sort of heard that kind of from everybody. There's an urgency to some of the work in front of us, given the threats and everything that we don't have control over, but are impacting our community.
Okay, excellent. What else? Yep. Nicole, go ahead.
I kind of following up on that, but just this recognition that this isn't a typical year for many of our teams.
There we go.
And it was interesting, we'll start to elevate the idea of communication this year, of how are we getting more information, critical information to the community, and sharing that out in ways that are compelling and get people to be more informed about everything that's happening within the city. I heard a lot about finishing what we've started, especially when it comes to getting our city's finances in order, and a lot of people who are focused on one of the very discrete changes, just given the nature of this year, how short time we have together as this council.
I was gonna just say that, and one of the things that Matt, I appreciate what you said around the policy versus the operational aspects, and just some of the alignment across the city plan and the city staff plan and the council priorities and finding balance between all of these.
Anyone else hear something? Yeah, right?
I've heard a few people talk to that there are existing processes underway that are going to be influential. The VCP and the long-term financial strategy plans two of those, but just that there's a lot before us right now that we can and should work on. And I suppose related, just like a desire to be practical and also to give value to the work underway that that has already been started or approved, but that there's a hunger for updates for, and just like really working in the ecosystem of things that we're doing and having kind of more, I guess, fidelity.
Cool. Anyone else? Yep, Tara?
I'm still thinking about the animation. Like the communication and one council person's idea to do like animation, or I would say cartoons, like simple way to get what we're doing across to the whole city, because people have a short attention span.
No one we know, but other people.
A lot of the things that we communicate are very,
Yes. Interesting.
so I like that. I of all the things, I'm thinking about how to get to people in a 2026 animated way.
I love that. A nugget. Good nugget. Anyone else?
The piece that I really hadn't identified that I heard from several people was where we are nationally. The climate out there and the anxiety and fear and uncertainty of the future. It's just, it's kind of like permeating our society, and I see it within the letters. That was definitely brought.
And the word turbulence being referred to a number of times. All right, anybody else?
This one was this idea of, that this year we need to be thinking about a long-term idea, how does Boulder stay relevant? And sort of this idea about the long-term sustainability of the city, which came with some safety issues, but the idea of relevance compared to other cities, I think was really interesting.
What else? All right. Thank you for doing that. Among the goals was to have you, again, get to know each other a little better, practice that active listening, but also to get a better sense of where you all are in advance of this conversation about priorities. Because there are a lot of things that are urgent and important, but not all the things can be equally urgent and important because something has to rise to the top. So the challenge then is, what are the most urgent, most important things that you as a group want to get done in the next 1 year, not a long time. So before we jump into the prioritization conversation, I wanted to give Nuria a chance to just set the stage for us. Anything, and maybe you already said it to all these people one-on-one, but maybe for the rest of us over here in the cheap seats, let us know, sort of big picture, what do you want to have on our minds when we're thinking about the priorities?
Sure. Staff has heard me say a lot of this before, and some of it I mentioned as we were going through it, but I think I really appreciate these conversations as we move forward, because we don't always get this time to have a conversation between council and staff in terms of what is that priority, because you're right, if everything's a priority, then we do nothing really right, because we can't do it all. And how do we pick and choose, right? And we try really hard not to come to you and say no all the time, but how do we think about what is on our plates and what do we prioritize, right? Because we can do anything, but we can't do it all at the same time. So we've been thinking about that a lot, and you've got staff here as you move throughout your day that are gonna Price is Right style, come on down and answer your questions as you need. But what we're thinking about, and you've seen a little bit of our work plan, and so you see what's on our current minds. Some of that really aligns with what you're already thinking about. For those, as we were talking, you've heard me talk a lot about our long-term financial strategy, because frankly, we can't do any of this without the money in which to do it. So financial stability is really important and continuing that work. And then the BBCP is a critical part of our work that's really going to shape what our city's going to look like in the future, and that is before you this year. So continuing that work is big. It is no secret that Sundance is coming to us next year, and that is gonna take a lot of time and energy as we prepare for that. The benefit of that too is that it's a really good opportunity to do some of those small improvements that you've been thinking about. It's an opportunity to take a look at our processes. We're gonna have a lot of vendors coming in. We're gonna have a lot of community coming in. It's an opportunity really rethink some of what we do already, to improve on some of the great things that we do, to change some of our processes. So while it's going to occupy some of our time, it's really going to be a benefit in the long run as well. So we've got that's really going to be on the horizon. We have staff working on a citywide, preparing for a citywide strategic plan. You know that last time that we brought that forward to you, we sought forgiveness as we did that on our own. That is not going to be the case for the next strategic plan. As we think about that, we will be probably coming to you and boards and commissions, likely Q3-ish next year, because that's going to be a 2027 thing, but we're going to start with you all in Q3 of this year. So be prepared for that. And we've got to prep for that as we move forward. So that's on our mind as we think about what the next iteration of the strategic plan is going to look like. We're looking at exploring. We've got a variety of things on that big, large work plan. Some things that you have asked us to move forward. We're exploring a variety of economic tools, from DDA to metro districts to Bureau to a whole variety of things. That takes up a lot of discrete staff time, a lot of CAO's time, a lot of our newly formed office time, cultural and economic development, a variety of things in that nature. It is not lost on us that recently we had a major power shut off. And so as we think about that, we cannot not think about climate and what our relationship with Excel is, so that we're going to be continuing that work. We just got off of thinking about the homelessness roadmap, right? So that work is going to be continuing to move forward. So there's a variety of big items that are continuing to move forward. We want to make sure, I know that there was thoughts about how do we not lose some of that in the year. We want to make sure that we keep you updated as that moves forward as well. There are just random things that we do, right? There's a 9-10 month period where we start preparing a budget, right? There's staff time is doing that as we get all of that moving forward, that they're preparing and aligning work plans and getting budget prep. Takes a lot of time as that moves forward. There are board and commissions appointments, but your calendars will be filled with regular call-ups and quasi-judicial things. So just in your calendars, that we need a variety of everyday items, plus all the things that perhaps are below the iceberg that just are the bread and butter of organization that supports community. So all of that is going on in addition to what we'll be talking about today. And then the icing on the cake is that we have an election year. And so not to say that election years don't color our work as we go forward, but there is some of that. And so we know that that is something that we will have in the back of our minds as we get closer to that election time, and what that will look like in terms of ballot initiatives for you, how that will move us forward, what community will think about pushing you on in terms of priorities themselves. And so you've got that. So with that, I will say we've got a full plate ahead in a 1-year term. Cool, thanks, sir.
Yep. All right, council, you will recall that you were invited to provide up to 5 proposed priorities. And then Megs masterfully combined them into that sweet Word document that was a great summary. And then you force rank them. And again, these are the rankings. You have these on a handout in your little blue folders if you don't have those memorized, which you would be forgiven. What we'd like you to do is to each in turn tell us what your priorities are. Here's how that's going to go first. Before the talking, we do the dotting. I'm going to give you each 2 dots. And you are going to come up here and place your dots 1 by 1 on the items that is first, your first priority. Everyone will go up and put your dot on your first priority. Then we'll do a second round and you'll put a dot on your second priority. And Nadia is going to turn these around also when she's done giving you dots. And you're going to be able to do it. Just, you're going to have your own moment up there where you're going to look at them and you're going to be able to place your dot wherever you want without everyone looking. But what that means is whoever goes first has the least context, and whoever goes last has the most context. So the order will be this. I'm going to bring you all a playing card. Remember, we did this before. High card will go first for the first round, 1 dot. Then low card goes first for the second round and the second dot. And then we will turn around these things. We turn those around and make sure there's a safe walking path for council. And then we're going to look at them and discuss. Who has questions before we get into it?
I can, suggestion.
Mm-hmm.
We have 5 different items relating to wildfire resilience.
Mm-hmm.
Would it not be appropriate to try to consolidate that into one topic? We have 2 things dealing with bikes and e-bikes. Which they need on the topic as well. With a little more room for other topics.
Nuri, that's a Nuri question.
I think, I mean, generally that would sound like a reasonable thing. The problem is that each of the, well, it's not that it's not, each of the wildfire topics has something different. There's a different topic to it. So if we combine them, it would make for a huge priority. So the focus of each one is slightly different. So I would suggest maybe as you read in the bigger packet, the summary has a very distinct focus. So taking a look at those and figuring out which of those best, because putting them all together may get us into the 2 for 1, which we're trying to avoid this year.
Oh, no, we're going the other direction.
Yeah, no,
Be heavy into this.
don't think I didn't hear that comment.
Ryan's, I called it a multi-fur. New precedent. Thanks, Ryan. Well said.
All right. High card goes first. You notice I chose the hearts because I adore you. You guys a 10 of hearts. 10 of hearts is high card. All right, Tina, you can place 1 dot.
Where's the case?
Just do this physically.
Oh, I see.
Yep, you physically come up here, walk around for 1 dot, and then sit back down. And then whoever has the 9 will go next. Right? Okay. Hey, we got this. Wait. It's like clockwork right now. Seven's next, right? You were 8, right, Ryan?
Yeah, it's 8.
Okay, 7.
Yeah, actually.
16.
Yeah, but you get to go left.
Yeah. 6. 6. Who's 5? Four? That just interesting. It's getting used to it. Three? Must mean you're two?
You want me to do my two
Yep,
hats in a row?
Yep, because now you start the next round. Yep.
Point of order, do you have advice on if we should put more than one dot on?
You may do as you like. You may do as you like. Right?
Theory, game theory.
Yeah, Rob is the only one of those.
Some of you heard this story about the year that Matt Applebaum and I had a 2-hour conversation about dot prioritization methodology, standing outside the library in a snowstorm. I was like, I think you're overthinking it, man. It's just us. It's just us.
Expect your dog, the sport.
Love that too. Right, sweet,
Had long conversations.
right?
We all.
Outside this.
So if you're wondering, among the things we're hoping to give you is a little bit more comfort with your own thoughts. It's harder to do when everyone's watching where your dot is going. Or, and also, I have noticed a fair amount of what could be generously called negotiation and less generously called peer pressure. And you're all standing around there with your dots. So this is just, you do you. All right, yep. Bye. Suspense. Nicole's 5.
Are you telling us if something gets done, that's
I am telling you that this is what we're doing right now. 6. Yes. Seven. The old school voting booths where you would go in and you pull the crank and the curtain would close and like you just had your moments with your own like, oh, I miss that. All right, you're 8. Okay. 9. 9. And 10. I know, right? It's very so exciting. Very exciting.
No, it's intelligent.
Wait, hold on. I'm watching people. Hold on. Okay, there we go. All right. Of the most dots, we have power, resiliency, including timing and barriers. Given all the things that y'all have been through, that is probably not a big surprise. Multiple ties with 2 dots, quick fixes to the form-based code for East Boulder, 2 dots on residential vacancy tax, 2 dots on exploring our new authority to modify the tip credit, and 2 dots on public safety for all. Items with 1 dot, scoping future efforts to reform or rewrite Title IX, transit strategy, bicycle security and theft reduction, sister city language update, and accelerate efforts to address commercial vacancies. Oh, and wildfire home hardening implementation hub. Interesting. So one thing I'll just ask you to sit with for a minute is the things that are on this sheet were the ones that were the highest rank when you were forced to rank them against each other. And then when we released that constraint, it changes just a little bit. Isn't that interesting? What I'd like to do is to give each of you 2-ish minutes. Emphasis on ish, but not a lot of emphasis on ish, to tell us why you put your dots where you put them. Here are the things you might want to be thinking about. What was in your mind when you set me your priorities? Thing 1. Thing 2, what was in your mind when you did the forced ranking of everyone's priorities? Thing 3, what did you hear in this room today that was new or different and might have informed your thinking? And that might get you to thing 4. Tell me about where you put your dots and why. Does anyone want to go first? Don't everyone jump in. What's fantastic? Aaron's going to go first.
So I was number 3, so there are already a few dots out there. I just put them on things that did not yet have dots to make sure they were part of the conversation. There are also things that I care about. So residential vacancy tax had not yet gotten a dot, and addressing commercial vacancies had not gotten a dot. And so I wanted to make sure that, I'm not sure exactly how you're doing this, Heather, so it's a little hard to gauge.
Yes.
But I figured anything with a dot got to be part of the conversation. So other things that were also important to me already had dots. I won't enumerate them all, but there are a lot of them. So I figured I'd make sure these other couple were parts of the conversation.
Thank you, sir. Next. Karen.
I chose things I thought could get done in less than a year.
Okay. And we'll hear from staff in a bit if they have perspectives on that, but that was a simple and guiding thought. I love it. Are you all having eyes right here? Okay.
Thank you.
Peanut.
I chose power resilience because I feel that we need to have a better understanding of where we go from here. Still just don't know what to do, and it's so critical to so many other foods we move forward. Also, I chose the residential vacancy tax because it's short term and it's a good year to run it. We have to wait for 3 years to run a tax to the 28 election. And that was part of my thinking, but I had like a lot of the priorities and I liked your strategy. I didn't think about that.
There's no shortage of good ideas up here, that's for sure, right? Next. Yep, Mark.
Actually put both of my dots on power resilience.
Oh.
It is by far to me the most pressing and consequential issue that we're going to deal with. And I want to make sure that it got appropriate attention. I agree with Tina said that they focused on issues that would be done in a year.
That was me.
And that was my priority as well in looking at the overall set of priorities.
Next. Cool.
Nice. So I may have gamed this out incorrectly. I didn't think about that we would only be talking from this moment forward about things that have dots.
I didn't say that.
No, I get it.
Okay.
So where I was coming from was more things that I really am interested in hearing a little bit more about from the people who had kind of put them forward, right? And so for me, those 2 things were the power resiliency, including timing and barriers. I'm just curious to hear, like, what does that look like? Because it is an issue that a lot of people in our community, households and businesses are really trying to figure out right now. And that's one of those essential things that I think we can help with this year. So that was one. The other was the Sister City language update. And I'm interested in hearing more about that as somebody who has a sister city that is completely inactive and has been inactive for 4 years, thinking about things that can be kind of quick, discrete, things that we could work on. That to me, I'm just curious to hear what that might look like. But it is something where, do I just kind of keep having a sister city that's not inactive? Like when we're thinking about council committees and the workloads that we have and how we're spending our time, what does that look like? So anyway, curious.
Like it's strange sisters. Lots of family dynamics there. All right, who's next? Yep.
I also tried to scope something that was within 1 year, but I will admit mine didn't have a dot, so I selfishly put a dot on it. But I also put one on the power of resiliency because that's what I've been hearing. I'm fascinated by it. I think it's for the climate that we're moving into. But I do like the idea of people putting dots on things that they want to know more about. I think that's a great idea.
Okay, next. Yep.
My thinking was there's so many great things up here that are well developed. So what are the things that will be the simplest and also have the multiple benefits? I chose a transit strategy partly because we have a process underway to give input to the county, and I would love to see that just come before council so that we can have a chance to weigh in. It's usually low on the investment side, and this will affect all ages, all needs. It will have overlap with wildfire issues, wildfire resilience. We'll give a twofer in terms of goals, in terms of inputs. So that was one. And then related on bike security and protection. So we teed this up with the AMPS parking policy last year. We didn't have time for it. This is both about reducing bike theft, but also about making it easier for people to bike all kinds of things that they vehicles that they need for all ages. So that's meant to be a multi-benefit.
Thank you. Hey, hope you laugh. Yep.
So I chose doing the tip credit. And the main reason for that is, we have an issue of economic stabilization to focus on. And whether you're a worker or you're a small business who employs, a dozen or 24 workers, stabilizing some of our economics is going to be really important to deal with some of the existential issues. And how do we get workers and businesses to weather the storms that are in front of us? And so I think that conversation is going to be an important one as we continue to move to cultural and economic development. So that's going to be a big one for us to want to continue moving forward on. The other one I did was scoping efforts for perhaps reforming or rewriting Title IX. And I did this with sort of deliberate because this is actually this would come late in year one with full well understanding that we got to finish the comp plan and get that to mostly buttoned up stage. And so this, unlike a lot of priorities that would probably need to be front loaded in this year based on other reasons, this one wouldn't really get kicked on until the latter third or latter quarter of the year. And so I think from a timing perspective, it makes sense to just begin that scoping as we wind down the comp plan, and then it sets up the conversation at the 2027 retreat. So we're equipped with the information to then make the ultimate decision of do we or do we not pursue this. So it's not a big priority. It's actually a really small, doesn't take much effort, but it's a nice thing to sort of set up that conversation for a big go, no go decision. So.
Thanks. Okay. Sure.
Yes, so I put my dots on the public safety for all. I put both of them on there because I assumed that somebody would put one on food systems and urban agriculture. I was wrong. It's fine. So for some I'm wrong. I look forward to being vindicated. Next, last. But I really think deeply about what are the gaps in the conversations that we've had and the policy work that we've had since I've been on council. We haven't talked about food at all. And we watched our community struggle at the end of last year with the uncertainty of SNAP. And to see our neighbor Bloomfield focus on agriculture and how much more food that they're able to produce that goes into our city. We know that the Colorado Food Network has just released their plan on how we strengthen our food systems. And so want to make sure that we take advantage of that. This isn't urgent and important because the decisions that we make from an agricultural perspective, if we don't make them now, they have to wait another year for the next season to be able to do the work they need to do. The items that have been identified are low hanging fruits and would not take a lot of staff time around, hoop houses and shading and those kinds of things that allow us as our heat is increasing for them to increase more and not use as much water. For the public safety, again, we just watched somebody get shot in the face. We know our federal agencies are working, not all of them, but many of them are working against us. I continue to hear from marginalized communities that don't have a seat at this table or many of our boards and commissions or any place where our city's decisions are made, have been consistent about their concern around public safety. It's great to see the Boulder Police Oversight Panel evaluation coming up. It's great to see the task force on data security, but those are still insular. And we need to make sure that we are including our communities and build the trust per Brene Brown, my only reference for this, who talks about accountability and transparency being the key. Thank you.
That was perfectly timed. And on the last word, perfectly timed. All right. Couple things. Karen was like, so the ones that don't have any dots, we're done with? Maybe. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna give you a chance to sort of do where Nicole was leading, which is ask each other some questions on the items that do have dots. Like, what did you mean by that? What does that look like? And then you're gonna go to lunch, staff is gonna gather their thoughts, and staff's gonna come back after lunch and just give you a sense of how they understood these things, both in terms of, do they share your understanding of level of lift? Timing, whatever, right? And they're prepared to do that, right, Maria? Sure. See, because they're so smart. Then, after you hear all that, I will give you an opportunity, which is optional and in no way mandatory, to elevate one of these undotted items for further consideration. Or, as we heard by email and some conversations that a couple of you had like some really juicy new ideas after you submitted your priorities, you can share those. So that means we could have up to 9. Each of you may choose to either do nothing. That is a fantastic choice. Applaud that choice. Option 2 is to elevate something that doesn't have a dot, or option 3 is to give us a new idea, and Nadia has more sticky notes and will write this. You will do this same secret dotting again, but what you should know is for that second round, something has to have 5 dots to move over into our conversational pool of things. So you'll need to really be intentional about what that looks like, because then you'll be making really informed choices based on where the rest of council is in terms of priorities, what you hear from staff in terms of lift, 1-year work plan, a lot of stuff already happening. So that's where we're headed next. Tara.
I didn't realize when we talked about dots, we were actually pushing our priority. Just asked us why do we put our dots where we did? So I just said that, but then a lot of people, I'm not saying it's wrong, but a lot of people went on about their priorities again.
So do you want to say some more?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay. The quick fixes, I know all staff is laughing at the word quick fix. But I just want to say that if we can get 1 or 2 in terms of quick fixes to the East Boulder form-based code, if we can just look at what planning board said and just take 1 or 2 things that they said that will be quick fixes to make it better. I like the form-based code, but I feel like it was unanimous that planning board said it wasn't perfect and there could be things. So I say, let's just pick 1 or 2 things. I can think of them right now, but that's not my place, although I do have 1.2 minutes. Let's say we decide to do massing or setbacks. And let's say we decide to do roof lines. Those 2 things, let's relook at those in a quick way. So I know staff's going to come back and say there's no such thing as quick when it comes to that. So I'm already pushing back ahead of the pushback.
Pre-pushback?
Pushback of the pushback.
All right. Probably Erin is the only person who remembers when Suzanne Jones said at a retreat to do ADUs and OAUs, as that was gonna be a quick win. You remember that?
Oh, yes.
I'm just saying, like, tread carefully, people, there are no quick wins.
We're forbidden to use quick.
Right, it's like, okay, did you want to say?
I have a question.
Yes,
How many dots are we getting next time?
2,
So that means at most 3 things will get 5.
that is correct. Right, yeah, all right, yes.
Question, can you remind me the second, the next time we put up dots, after we hear
Yes.
from staff
That's-
on
Yes,
this?
yes, question.
Yes, so can we ask questions about things that don't have dots?
Why don't we prioritize our time asking questions about things that do have dots, and then we still have time? Yes, okay, how about that?
And then also, are we going to have time to talk through our priorities? Because I apparently did this dot, if I incorrectly with the lot framing. and thinking about that. So I'm just wondering if we have time to pitch our priorities or even one or two of them.
Correct. Yes, I can accommodate that. Okay. Okay,
I got a question.
yes, good brief. I love you guys.
Yeah, I'm a little confused at why we have this sort of secretive process that we only learn what the process is when we get to the next step, rather than knowing what the whole process is. For instance, when we just talk game out, what you just said about the next step of 2 dots, that means only 3 things will get 5. We said 5 is what then becomes a priority, so we're only picking 3 priorities.
No. The second round, when there's 9 things,
Yeah, so
Don't yeah, that's it. So then you'll have, at the end of that, you'll have these that have dots, and however many survive that second round, which will be up to 3, possibly 4. And then that's probably where we'll end the day. Staff will give you one more set of updates on whatever survived that second round. And because I don't know how many things are going to be, I don't know what the process is yet, but I'm thinking about that.
So we're picking a few initial winners today, and then we'll come out and finish the rest.
That's thank you. That was a very fine summary, Mr. Mayor. Fantastic. All right. Nicole, you said you had some questions. Let's start with clarifying question that anyone has on this one. You had one. Go.
Yes, yeah, I was just wondering if somebody could say more about what this is, what the outcome, what does this look like at the end?
Whose priority was this? Anyone want to own this one and tell us what you meant? Tina.
Yeah, so I pulled up my notes. So the idea with this one is that, and as I just was kind of speaking to it, I'm unclear how we move forward as a city with Excel to define who's responsible for what to get the resilient pieces in place. And so, for instance, I hear that undergrounding is like waiting for Godot. So to instead create a system of generators across the community, and actually Paige just brought up, should that be part of this bill that you can do a monthly lease on a generator at your home? So do we need to be charged with creating local energy sources through generators? Or do we think that Excel can take a more proactive stance on undergrounding so that we can self getting energy within 12 hours to shut off? Similarly, do we need to get a microgrid strategy much faster and try to push it locally and get more in play? I think we have 1 or 2 that's in play right now, but we need to focus on that because it's just really unclear to me who should be in charge and lead it and what we can do from Excel. And this is the conversation with Excel. What are you really going to give us and when, so that we can plan around what your commitments are, because right now it's just too unknown, I think, for us to be able to develop our own strategy.
So would the outcome then for this year be that you understand what Excel is going to do? We have the figure out what we are going to do.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Any other questions on that one? Okay, questions on quick fixes for the form-based code, East Boulder? Good.
The name of our city is misspelled on that.
Nadia, Bowler. She lives in Bowler too.
I'm not trying to get.
But I mean, out of 30, if there's only one typo, yeah, clarifying question?
Yeah, is the goal of this year to identify what some quick fixes would be, or to come up with some and implement them?
Well, it really, that would be really up to staff, obviously. But the goal for me is to keep those fixes at least small. Because we don't want to rewrite the entire form-based code, for goodness sake. But I think that if something doesn't seem to have the, let's feel good about this from the entire planning board, they've already picked 2 things, as I call them, I did my homework. Then I don't know if we just say, okay, we're gonna do this soon, but I kind of want to do it before all these projects are approved. So, but that when is really up to staff, but I want to keep it really concise as to what the planning board talked about.
Okay, so basically that to use this to address the problems that planning board put forward. Yes, which one is good.
That's right. Okay, and more from staff at large.
Okay.
Yep.
How would we evaluate the cost benefit of that? Because I think trying to do quick fixes. And it seems like a fair amount of those are actually quite substantive and maybe challenging. And so because doing quick and small, does that really create a whole lot of outcome that's worthwhile? And worth the
Say that
effort?
about every single thing.
But again, if it's, so to me, I'm this little cost benefit of, is it substantive? And if it can't be done in a year, then is it worth pursuing this?
Well, let's say that we don't have, buildings are forever. Let's say we don't have step backs in the form-based code. Let's say if developers will take advantage of that and just do monolithic large building. It's up to us. If really as a council, do we think that that's okay, or do we think it's an emergency and substantive? To me, it's an emergency. If it doesn't seem like it's giving us the outcome we want. Let's say we just decide, let's add 6 feet of, let's add actual numbers into articulation of building. I don't know, and I'm not a planner, but does that answer your question? I feel like it is, but that's up to the city.
Okay, more discussion later. We've asked clarifying questions. All right, clarifying questions on residential vacancy task? Yep.
Whoever brought that forward, could you say why?
Well,
Why do you think that we should do that this year?
Go ahead. Who was that? Whose idea was that? Yours? Go ahead.
I don't think I'm the only one, but, so one of the things is when we run taxes, I prefer to run a tax like this on a year. So that would be this fall. And also because of some of the impacts of Sundance, I would prefer to have this in place prior to the short-term rental license go into effect at Sundance. And also to address a bit of a connection with economic vitality to encourage most of our housing units to be inhabited for the bulk of the year rather than a shorter time of the year. And also just the community virus.
Since there's some.
What was your question, Tara?
I can't hear it.
Yep.
what's your question?
What was your follow-up question?
Is there, I heard through the grapevine that there might be a ballot measure about this from the community.
That's a great point. And so I think council might think about whether we want to shape the tax or we want the community to shape the tax. And I think that's a really good thing to think about. Because I prefer, I think there are a lot of great people who have ideas on how to shape it. I do like our legal department, love them to be shaping it, but we can also use and trust the community. So I'm open to it.
Other question on that one? Yes.
My question is the only way that, is it only a tax? Not the only mechanism for.
That's what I'm suggesting, and I think we talked about whether it should instead be a fee. And we talked about a fee last time. I think this is a better solution because we don't have to go through the nexus study process, which is I have some issues with that, but the will of council.
Okay. Questions on exploring our new authority to modify the tip credit? Yes.
What does exploring mean?
We have a new authority from the state, so we can choose to do nothing, or we can choose to look at, are there options in front of us? So it's not a mandate to do something, it's more of, hey, if we're gonna do this, there's some legal questions we need to pose, which we can't until it's a priority. And so those legal answers may dictate paths we can or cannot take. And then we can present some options, and by exploring those options, either ultimately decide we want to go down this path or ultimately not to. So that's the exploration. It's not a mandate. We will set a new policy on tip credit, but it's an opportunity for us to have the discussion, open the legal discussion, get that vetting, and then lay out some possibilities and make a decision from there.
And just a follow-up question there. So when we were exploring an increase to the minimum wage, that was a 3-year process. Like, what's the timeline from sort of when we start the exploration, greenlight the exploration, to when we have something that we would be making a decision on? That's what I wonder, right? Is it like, are we talking like 3-year exploration like it was before? Or are we talking, like, do you think we might have something to get by the end of the
It
year?
would be to start this in earnest mostly because out of fairness, if we were to set a new policy, we'd want to do that before the wage is in January 1, 2027. So last time we did that in October, and that was kind of unfair to everybody because it was late and after most had planned. So the goal would be to do this in the summer timeframe. Because the last process was a larger regional one, it required more time because there were more partners. This is just us with a small subset of workers, and we've largely already had those larger wage conversations in our community. And so it should be a much more truncated and I think reasonable one to have a shorter conversation and perhaps have something done in the, by June or July time.
And it was last time it was our council that asked for like an economic analysis to be done, that sort of thing, as part of the exploration of raising the minimum wage. And so I guess that's what I'm trying to get a sense of, is like, is exploration just sort of, we get some options and then we make a decision on whether we'll do something or not, or is it, really to like explore the economic impacts and all the things that we put in place before we raise the minimum wage? Is that the kind of thing we're doing, or does exploration mean something different this time?
I think that's in the eye of the beholder of what any individual wants. If they want to have extensive analysis, that's a decision that I think council can decide whether they want to pursue that analysis, or if there's enough information from all the previous analyses and what we see in front of us to make the best decision we can make, given the urgent challenges that are in front of us. So I think the exploration is a discussion as to how far and how much and how far reaching we pursue this if we choose to. So I don't think that's predetermined. I think that's a conversation for all of us to decide whether we want to make this a multi-year process or make a process that's a little bit shorter and getting to perhaps a decision.
Again, you might get some more context from staff after watch on that as well. All right. Questions on public safety for all? Anyone have them? Mark?
Yeah, it's not clear as to what the scope is.
Who proposed this one, and you want to give us a scope? Yeah, Taisha.
I did, I'm more than happy to. Since the CAC tends to lean on requests and approve requests that are aligned to our priorities, my fear is if it is not a council priority, we will find ourselves in the same situation we found ourselves in this year, where we didn't talk about public safety at all. And so therefore, I am lifting this up to ensure that we have a time to talk with ourselves as well as the public around the two very critical emails that Nuria sent this weekend. One around the Boulder Police Oversight Panel 5-year evaluation, and the second is around the city manager task force on data security. Thank you.
Follow up.
That good?
You envisioning this as a study session item or an action?
Well, it would be a study session item. However, again, because it's not clear to me what the scope of the evaluation will be, although I did appreciate what was shared there, although there wasn't anything related to previous council panel members in that scope. So one is just making sure we're getting the scoping of the evaluation in a place where not just staff, but in addition to staff, our council feels good about what we are investigating. So there's one. And then I can see another possibility where we can potentially make some changes to the ordinance that might be urgent and important, that may come out of some of the initial findings of the piece there. In addition, it is my understanding that the SWAC contract will be renegotiated in March of this year, and I would love to have more community input on that process, given the current state of data security in our country and in our community.
Yep. You follow up?
So the scope is largely the police oversight panel, the data piece.
Yes.
Is not, okay, that's the.
Okay. All right. Clarifying questions on wildfire home hardening implementation hub. It was very popular in the ranking. Does everyone knew what it meant? Okay. Oh, wait. Taisha, go ahead. Question.
So I'm curious because we had a conversation, or a community member brought up some of the community resilience hubs, and just having that. And I'm just kind of curious if this is specific to, I mean, I know it reads specific to wildfire, but if there's any kind of scope or stretch that would also, because I just, there would be a lot of hubs. So I guess my question is, how does this align with the community resilience hub that would be inclusive of wildfire, but it would also include like if there's a power outage, if there's a this, if there's a that. And just some of the other uncertainties that we're having around, that's being included in those resilient hubs. So the scope of the hub.
Council who proposes, anyone have an answer to that question off the top of your head, or that might be a staff question? For after lunch.
There's a clarifier.
Uh-huh.
For just because the community resilience hub, I gather, is a physical is physical, like it's actual infrastructure, a place to be. I'm not sure that that's what the wildfire hub is, not a physical. It's more of a digital information hub. That's the same word to it, so I just wanna.
Yeah, I thought you were talking about something.
That was it, thank you. It was just the word
Mine's
of
more
the hub word.
How to communicate, how to get.
Never getting a hub, organize all the hub.
In the nomenclature, it used to be more like a dashboard.
Yeah.
Place where that's housed versus the physical hub, like.
Would you have a question on that one?
Yes, yeah, I do. And I'm just wondering, again, I'm trying just to understand how it's different from the wildfire red website that we have.
Or it's just that when people go to find materials and why they're doing these things, they don't necessarily remember why they're doing it. So I just wanted to create an avenue to really educate people so they knew the why behind the how. And I wanted to consolidate everything from like the watershed, from the county, the city, and just put everything in one place and have it designed for this honestly, a short attention span because people are busy. So they can go through that. They don't have their detailed home assessment sitting in their drawer and they're just frozen because they go to McGuckins or Home Depot and they ask what materials and they can't really tell them and to communicate with them. And then as Tara said, I would love to have some animated videos just to show people why they're doing this and show them how fire actually enters into a home, enters into the built environment, so that they know what they're doing and they can kind of prioritize their home. And I would also, if I can add just one more thing, I would love to have like a financial calculator on there that when you get your detailed home assessment for your particular home, what is the best bang for the $2,000 from the city and $500 for the county that you can apply to hardening your specific home. So just those kind of tools.
So council, we're at lunch. You want to take a few more questions or you want to finish up questions after lunch?
Keep going.
Keep going. Fantastic. Who's got a question on bike security and theft reduction? Okay. Any Nicole, you already alluded to a sister city language update question. You want to clarify what the question is?
Yeah, I was just wondering if somebody could just talk a little bit more about what this is like.
What do we do for our strange sister city groups?
Well, this is a cleanup and it's an interesting one because it's really focused on something only the council can do. So our sister city relationship is driven by council, whereas a lot of things are not. So to make these changes, we do need to provide that direction. And the idea is to, in our current resolution, if you were to Google it online, does not include 3 or 4 of our sister cities. And we have them in other piecemeal agreements. And then we also have some ideas that we should be having annual reports to make sure the sister cities in compliance with whatever the sister city international agreement can. We're not receiving those and we have some that are. I said some.
We haven't received them all.
Correct. And the idea is to have a more consistent process for all the sister cities. And then we can also look at things like, do we need liaisons for each one, or could we establish a small sister city committee? That would be the place where all sister cities go to. So, and the key with this one is, we're talking about urgent. It's maybe not urgent, but the problem is I don't know how to initiate it unless it's through a council priority, because it's a council that exists solely within council. If that's correct, I don't know if I have that.
Yes.
Clarify? Yep.
Curious if this could be something I'm looking at legal, that would go under the council procedures and not necessarily council priority, but I do feel like it's more procedural than it is, you know what I mean?
Totally, yeah.
So I'm just curious if that's. I mean, I know we're having that council procedure conversation tomorrow as well.
Yeah.
So I'm not sure.
Thanks for the question. Certainly council could decide to
enshrine these things in procedures, but the resolution, what I'm hearing is an update to the resolution and council procedures, potentially as a place to store these, but that doesn't change the scope of the work still needing to be a council priority.
The work, okay, level of effort, kind of consideration. Got it. Thank you. Okay.
Sorry.
Yep.
I'm just thinking, it seems like there's a few different things we could be doing on this. You start with cleanup. Feels like if there's something that's not aligned with just our current reality in the resolution or code, like can't we just at least get that done? Like, is there part of this that we can get done without needing? We
Don't
need
look
every-
at me.
Because
That's an after lunch conversation when staff is gonna scope these for you. Yeah, thanks. All right. Clarifying questions on accelerate efforts to address commercial vacancies?
Staff's already doing an immense amount of work on this, and so I'm wondering like, what's the delta here? In terms of already the work they're doing versus accelerate? Is it take what they're doing in 6 months and make it 3? I'm just trying to really wonder like, what is the real ask there? Given what staff is already doing on this front with great urgency.
Anyone want to speak to that? Yep, Tara?
Well, I'm gonna add to that since I have a question too, since staff is doing that. So when I wrote this with the help of staff, develop a team to provide storefront wraps and art for vacant spaces, filling those vacant spaces with creative industries from the art field and micro businesses, et cetera. Is that, and then of course I added exploring fast track permitting, which I know you're laughing at fast and permitting. You take that 4 off, but that's where I'll be headed next year if I get, this is not a re-election speech. So what I'm gonna ask staff to do is also say, can we just do this anyway? Or do we have to use one of our priorities?
So that sounds like a clarifying question for staff for after lunch and not for council at this time. Staff, looking forward to hearing a thoughtful answer on that. Any other clarifying questions for the council member who proposed this item at this time? Not, you'll hear from staff after lunch. Cool. Scoping future efforts to reform or rewrite Title IX, other than Matt said nice things that gave us your context there. Anyone else have questions on that? Okay. Questions on transit strategy? Yep.
I was just wondering, as we did this, to clarify the scope of what we're talking about here, like, are we going off and creating a transit strategy, or what are we doing here with this?
great. So impetus was last summer, I was reading the beautiful, wonderful report on progress from our transportation and mobility team. And I had a question about transit, like something going on there. How many people live within, say, a 15-minute walk with frequent 15-minute transit? And the answer was, well, some aspects of our transportation work, we have a pretty deep strategy like Mission Zero and our bikeway network, but we actually don't have, that level with transit. So the good news is this year we are going through with the county, we're giving input to the county as are other municipalities and other places on a county transit update. So my thought is this is a chance to just simply provide a framework that would have council input on what do we want our transit system to look like, and with some gap assessment of where are we now, where does it go. The minimum viable product is not much more than that. I don't know, maybe it's a single meeting with council, maybe that's it, maybe there's more to it. In the submission, there's some more detail that I invite staff to look at, but basic idea is just to help make sure that process that's already going on has council's input in an appropriate way. It would also inform the DPC and our developer.
Can I just follow up? So, it sounds like minimum could just be like the county's already doing this thing. Can the county bring that to council for feedback? Or have in like a study session or something? Like that?
Yeah, staff. I would say staff bring the county
Yeah.
as representatives. I think that would be sufficient.
Yeah, okay, so that we just have a chance to talk about it.
Yeah, I mean, I'd like to get staff's input on if that's the right mode for us, but I would certainly, I would call that, check that off.
Okay, cool. So like study session.
Did you have a follow-up on that?
That was my question.
Great. Taisha?
What's the timeline for when they want to have the plan completed?
I defer staff, I defer staff.
The county, when does the county want to have this plan completed by?
Staff looking forward to hearing about when the county wants to have this plan
Yeah.
completed by after lunch. All right, fantastic. All right, I had the question, can we ask questions about these? Let's take questions about these after lunch, when you might have them. Remaining questions on any of these items? No, y'all have questions on these after lunch. All right, here's what we're gonna do. The time is 12:10-ish by that clock. Want to give you 30 minutes to really sit with your lunch and visit with each other if you want to. Staff, if you have further clarifying questions on any of the items on this sheet, for council members who might have proposed them, please prioritize getting an answer to your question during lunch. Council, if you're still eating when we reconvene, totally fine, because you're gonna be listening to staff for a little bit on these items, so don't feel rushed. I would like for council and the folks at this table to be first in line for lunch to make sure that they get their needs met, and then the rest of you can take care of the rest of you because you feed staff at these things. I think, Meg, are those all the things I had to say about lunch? Okay, great. Yes.
Is anyone else cold?
Yes. Yes. So someone had asked earlier, is anyone cold? And I said, as a middle-aged woman, I didn't hate it, but your wonderful city staff is working on this problem. There's a mouthful.
Policy that mandates a building must be able to sustain heat to 68 degrees. Without a space heater?
Is it actually upward that?
No, that's stated that explicitly.
Damn it, area, why did you make it really cold? When you put your legs on your chest, I'm loving it. So, yeah, we will see you back in your seats at 12:40. Thank you, thank you.
I was gonna say, go get support.
Work plan consequences, like if you were to prioritize this, what might that mean for some of the other juicy things that are on the to-do list? But Nuria, before we bring up directors, wanted to start with you.
Sure. And it was really great to hear where the thoughts were, you were going, on some of your thoughts. We, continue to look at this. I'll say a couple things before we really bring the people that you want to talk to, which is not me, it's them, in the audience. Directors, I think, know their work plan the best. And so they will be sharing a little bit about what that would look like, really honestly in terms of timing, right? Again, we can do everything and something's got to give, right? And then there are things that may not be a year work plan, right? So if there are things that as scoped are larger, I ask folks to share that too, because we got to know that in terms of not binding future council and making sure it's a 1-year priority as we move forward. So I'll ask folks to say that as we move forward. The other thing I will say is that in particular, and we'll get to some of the specifics on this, if there are some items too that we'll have some of our folks around this table talk to. If there are items that impact other departments, and in particular, perhaps Teresa, I'll look at you, but so many of these things likely involve legal, and your department has to review a lot of this. I'll ask that you let us know as well, because that starts to overwhelm our economic service departments as that moves forward. So making sure that we're thoughtful about that. And then we're going to keep an eye on you, and I'm looking at you, Mr. Benjamin, on trying to unite some of these stuff together. On my radar, because then that starts to expand the snow. Like, wait, Josh.
Do you have a clarifying question before we jump into staff?
Ask a couple questions on non-dotted items.
Prior to staff, no, staff will come back and answer questions on these later after you.
Oh,
Yes,
even if we wanted staff to address, okay.
yes. Let me ask you this question. Will you want to hear from staff on these prior to that second round of dotting?
Yes.
Okay, so let's let them talk about these and see where we are, and then we can figure out that. Yeah, that's a great question. Okay. Nuria, who's on first?
I believe Carolyn.
Carolyn, come on down. You are the first contestant on Here's What's Up, Council.
Well, thank you so much.
Power resiliency, including timing and barriers, all about Excel. What you got?
Oh, well, first, Carolyn Nealon, Senior Manager, Climate Initiatives Department. Jonathan sends his regrets. He's not really regretting them.
I was like,
Yeah, so.
Accidentally planned.
Yeah. Sorry. Yeah, so I certainly appreciate this as a council priority. It is at the top of staff's priority list as well this year. We made a lot of progress in the last couple of years, getting agreement from Excel to make substantial investments. So we're certainly on ready to support a council priority in this area. I think would be helpful. We can come, however that manifests, come in council, holding a study session to dive deeper into how council wants to be involved, getting clarity. I mean, from my perspective, it's for sure necessary for us to get collective community clarity around what Excel does have planned. I mean, they have permitted applications in flight, things that will make it better, but it doesn't address everything. And I do think that we want to understand what the things that aren't being addressed are, and understand what the community's tolerance is around those, so that we can figure out what the best solutions are. I think we can certainly see descoping of PSPS and EPSS in the future and those outages. But that's not the same thing as some of the wind related damage we saw from trees and other impacts on power lines. And so certainly we're here to support that. So questions from council, if that's helpful.
Yeah, Tina talked about the generator issue. And we got a lot of emails about that as well. And it affects, being out of power in the restaurant provides food. Would this be part of that? Because that's the most important thing to me. Being that I don't, Excel's gonna say they can do X.
Right.
And that Tina said, now what could we do?
Yeah, let me take that a few ways. So first, there's a situation we're in this moment in which is a aged system that presents some real and meaningful risks in terms of wildfire threat. And then there's the system that's going to be in there in 2 to 3 years as Excel makes the changes that they're making. And I think everybody needs to make their own risk-based decision around that. So yes, I mean, I think backup power. But I think the first place is understanding what their risk is before they make those kind of investments in their infrastructure. I don't think the state and what this community has been experiencing is the acceptable long-term solution, just for clarity, right? I think we have to expect change. And before we have, hundreds of, tens of thousands of people going out and buying backup generators, I think we want to make sure they're informed about, without a generator for a future state where we aren't PSPS in the community versus are you facing PSPS in certain areas for 10 more years? I think we need to get clarity and then provide the support to the community that solves for what their long-term issue is and what they want to invest in the area.
Carolyn, would it be fair then to say perhaps that if this were a council priority, it would be sort of thinking about creating a study session or getting clarity on where Excel is, where we think they're going, getting input from council on what you're hearing from community, what do you think? And then thinking about what that looks like in terms of solutioning or potential solution once we know what that horizon looks like versus perhaps immediately thinking about what those solutions are. That would be part of equation, but knowing what the horizon is first.
Correct.
Okay.
And then also understanding, I think we have a near-term need in understanding how we can best support the community. We are planning some deeper engagement with the community through the course of this year to understand, where the needs are surfacing, what are the best short versus long-term solutions as well. So I think that's certainly part of our collective. I'm looking at my friends out here work plan for this year as well, understanding that, we just experienced an event. This is an important time for us to learn where people were successful, where they weren't as successful, and understanding what's within the city's lane to be able to try and help with versus what we need to lean on Excel to solve for, or how we need to empower community to make different decisions on their own.
If you contemplate that the scope of this priority would also involve some direct input from Excel.
Yes. So direct input from Excel, it would be anticipated as part of this exercise.
Or to the coming.
Or you're not there. Yeah. No.
Yeah, my question was around whether the scope might extend. So you talked about Excel, certainly what we can do in our community, but also just state legislation and changes that need to be made. So, like, for example, right now, it is far cheaper for Excel to just cut power to half the city in a PSPS to mitigate the risk of fire that might start in that they might be at fault for, but they would then have to pay a lot of money for, right? But they're not held accountable, or there's no mechanism for asking them to reimburse people for lost food, right? That's not just for our small businesses and restaurants, it's families too, households that already can't afford food are losing a week's worth of food, right? So thinking about whether there are accountability mechanisms within this so that it actually, that there is a cost to not do this for the try to figure out how we keep power on for more people for longer periods of time when we have these dangerous conditions.
Yes, I agree that those communities that are in the risk area with the riskiest infrastructure are disproportionately impacted by this decision. And we certainly want to advocate in the PUC rulemaking as well as potentially through legislation for compensatory measures as well as solution, right? We want to change the state, but also make sure that it's recognized that communities like ours are harmed to the benefit of all ratepayers because they're not bearing the liabilities of wildfire risk. It's not our infrastructure causing downstream communities to burn to the ground. Those types of things are really important. And yeah, we need to look at, it is a disproportionate impact on our community, our residents, and our businesses. It really needs to be done.
So in terms of, at the end of this year or at the end of this council, we have if we pursue this priority? What is the thing?
Yeah. I would say we have a very clear understanding and plan from Excel of what they're going to implement over the next 2 to 3 years, including this year. And what state the system would be in. I think we would have an understanding of what vulnerabilities remain as a result of those changes, and then likely a set of strategies that we would want to pursue. I mean, I think somebody said earlier, just using undergrounding as an example, like if we truly believe that undergrounding is the solution and Excel is only taking us so far, then I think we have to have a conversation as a community about how to finance going farther, as an example.
Yeah, question. So just understand, things like this scope would include ultimately things that council would have a policy.
Can I use your outside voice, please?
That is my outside. I'm saying it's part of why I like this priority. I think it has both policy and budgetary implications that would be shorter term as we try and address this issue.
I agree. I agree with that.
One more question?
So building on what Nicole said, to make sure I got this, so there would be a intergovernmental policy aspect of this that would include both legislative, state legislative, and excuse me, PUC regulatory. So somehow that would come to council for.
Yes, that would be my opinion. I mean, I think when we talk about the electric system, I mean, it's integral to everything and every day of our lives, and it's not reliable in its current state.
I want to acknowledge too that we've got our director of ops disaster management with us, Mike Chard, and so like it or not, we moved into this conversation as well.
Mike's like, that's our relationship and friendship. So all
right. Everyone have a good understanding of this one, because we got more to talk about.
Yep.
Carolyn, thank you very much. All right. Quick fixes to the form-based code for East now Boulder with the D. We got that tossed in
That was a
there.
quick fix.
Right? See, somebody was like, I got this. Brad, come on down. You're the next contestant.
That's not.
You're fussing.
Well, good to see you, council. Always appreciate the opportunity to have a direct conversation about the work that we are doing, and also appreciate that you know there's a whole lot of other work doing. So it's always a nice discussion. On the East Boulder subcommunity plan, you all know, or I think you all know, that the 55th and Arapahoe project that you all just approved was the first one that's gone through under the East Boulder subcommunity plan. So we learn things as we all do when we go through processes, and we had already identified, even for planning board had mentioned it, that there are some process things that not process things, code things that would benefit from some clarification. Example being different ways to interpret permeable versus impermeable open space. So we recognize there's some tweaks there that are opportunities. That being said, some of the things that were identified by planning board were very much immediately after that. And we also had then the subsequent week or two their letter writing, and we very deliberately did not try to speak to that too much because they were storming, and obviously we respect their ability to convey whatever message they want to them. But we do respectfully disagree with some of their characterizations of the outcome and also the solutions for that. Not that they might not ultimately be good, but some of them would have unintended consequences that probably need further vetting. So in that regard, it could actually be a bigger project than just making changes. An example would be the setbacks that were talked about. That the actual context was the setbacks of the courtyards. And for example, if there were an objective number that had to be met, or even subjective one that would have moved it 2 more feet, that would have lost something like 10 or 14 units on the building, because you can only squeeze the balloon in so many different ways. Same with the parapet height. Reasonable people can disagree about whether it should be 2 feet or 4 feet or 6 inches. And we would make the argument that it's context specific to it. If you start creating very specific numbers like that, you end up doing planning as paint by number. And that does not give you the results that you want typically. So, we would want to be able to have a robust discussion to talk about when it's appropriate things in the context of the quasi-judicial decision-making, where you all say in this case, that parapet's too big or too small. Also, what might make sense on something that's a street facing building versus something that's maybe an atrium building or something like that would all fit. So we are already committed to making some changes to address things that were ambiguous. We want to have a follow-up conversation with planning board about what specific things might need to be addressed. But we think that's a conversation, not a foregone conclusion. We also recognize that this is just the first building out, and there's usually a good argument to be made that you get one or two of these out of the ground before coming to conclusions. This is 250 units out of an envisioned 10,000, so there is opportunity. That being said, we recognize that that this was a council item that made it high on the list. We're happy to talk about specifics if useful, but I think what I would recommend, what we would recommend is let us plan to follow through on the things that we had. Know that we would have ongoing discussions with planning board, and know that we take that input seriously and recognize the concerns. But one would want to think about it more contextually and a clear decision about what to change.
Oh, I'm sorry. So I guess what I'm hearing is if this work is moving forward, what would be the differentiator of making this a priority? It sounds like we would have to come back to us if there was any policy recommended changes. If we did not make this a council priority, there is still a strong likelihood based on the research we're doing that this will come back as a council for consideration if there's any policy changes necessary.
Or discussion, because not everybody may agree on what a monolith is and what the right solution is. But yeah, we're committed to making the tweaks that we know were part of the ambiguity that came out of trying the first one of these. But on some of the bulk standard kind of policy things that were suggested, that's definitely a larger conversation. So maybe not a quick fix in that sense.
Thank you.
Sarah and then Tina?
Tina can go first.
I just had a question. When you think about the changes you're looking at.
Yeah.
Are those changes that would have resulted in a different building than the one that we're looking at on Thursday? Easily.
The changes that were already
No, that you're looking.
probably not. No, it probably would have simply clarified or not made any comments. I don't know. Charles, do you agree?
I don't think that it would be fundamentally a different building.
So it'd be the same outcome, but there'd be just a clear process to get to the same place.
Yeah, I think there'd be a little bit more prescriptive detail in the regulations, rather than leaving it up to the applicant to decide.
Okay, and so to get to a slightly different outcome, that would then have to be a council priority, probably.
It would, and I one of the observations that I would make is I don't know that there's consensus about what the outcome is yet. Obviously, nobody's seen the building yet. We do have better renderings. Those were sent by the applicant to you all recently. They're better in the sense of we think they're more accurate in reflecting the actual, look. But even that is just a rendering.
Thank you.
Sarah and then Nicole.
Okay, so a few questions. First of all, when I was talking about Arapahoe.
Yeah.
So you recommended that they didn't have to do those step backs because they would lose units.
There are step backs in the approved plan.
Not in the front barely.
On the Arapahoe side of things, yeah, I'm gonna have to phone a friend, Charles or Carl, about how much step back there was, or KJ and the Arapahoe.
I'd have to look it up, but it was compliant with what's in the code.
Yeah, I know it was compliant, but my point is you said that we would lose 12 to 14 units, like, so what?
So
If that's your goal, not to lose 12 to 14 units, my goal, let's say, is to have a prettier sod that has more delineation and such,
Right,
that we have two different kinds.
right. And that's where we'd have to crack open and see what the priorities really are. What I can say is that the process that led to first the East Boulder community sub-community plan and ultimately the form-based code prioritized certain streets over others and density over other things. And in this case, the key frontage was 55th because that's envisioned as, you know, a future high activity center and not so much a Arapahoe, which is right onto the bus, rapid transit area. So that was the primary frontage. But that's an example of the things where we would have to vet that with council, go back potentially to the community and say, well, you know, is this the trade-off that you imagined or not? I guess what I'm saying is we don't know of unified value that shouldn't have had as much density on a revenue as it is.
Hold on. Brad, a question. So what I'm hearing is a couple things, right? And just in my simple brain, non-planner brain, is form-based code did exactly what it was supposed to do in this circumstance. And if you want a different result, you have some quick fixes that would not have changed the result. And if you want something different, that would mean going into form-based code and doing something different. Would that something different be more than a year? And what I'm hearing is likely yes.
Yeah.
Would that knock other work out?
It would, and it could be 2 years. We would recommend that we have heard that a greater priority is to look at developing sub-community plans for other areas of the city. We've heard that we need to, you know, give it a chance to see what other buildings come like. But if that were ultimately a council priority, we could do it. But we would be cracking open the
Okay,
form-based code.
so just a couple quick reminders. We are not having the policy discussion right now. We're trying to figure out right now is make sure council understands the scope of the proposed item and the consequences to the existing staff work plan if they were to prioritize it. So Brad, just quick following up on Maria's question, if council were to prioritize this item as you understand it, can you just absorb that, yay, or there are consequences to the existing work plan and other things would slow down or be stopped?
Yeah, I think it would have consequences to comprehensive planning, which we envision doing implementation of the comp plan following this summer. And that speaks to that certainly speaks to other sub-community planning. And then, of course, Carl is going to be reacting in the team for code changes to state and other priorities that are already identified.
Okay, Terry, were you done with questions? You want to have a policy discussion? I saw that.
No, we'll probably say better than me.
Okay, well, Tina's not next. Nicole's next, and then Tina, and then Mark. Be brief.
One of the things I heard you say, Brenda, is this was sort of a first case that's come forward. How many more do you expect there may be this year?
Well, we don't have any currently in the hopper. I don't know if we've got any sense of others, Charles or anybody else, the ones that might come in.
application
Yeah.
down this area, because what?
Now, Tina.
Kind of follow, so form-based code applies to Alpine Balsam as well.
It's the same, it is the same form-based code. It has some nuances in the differences. I don't know if you want to speak to that, Charles.
Yeah, Alpine also has its own form-based code that's different than what was crafted for this folder.
But would it likely result in a building similar to 55th and Arapahoe, the Alpine Balsams?
Well, no, but not maybe for the reasons you're asking, because what's planned for Alpine Balsam is residential on mostly not major street frontage. The main building is the one that's there already for the city building.
Have an approved site plan for that?
We do.
Yeah, so what's happening there has already been.
Okay, that's including the part that's going to be developed, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay.
Mark, do you have a question about the scope of this item?
Yes,
Fantastic.
might just take 2 years to make small changes to the.
Well, because at least at this point, it's not clear that there's consensus on the changes. If we all sat here and said, yeah, parapet's absolutely the thing that needs fixing, Yeah, that's a relatively small change.
Assuming that there were not a five to say, make some changes. Why would it take 2 years from that point going forward?
If there was a not a five that said change the parapet and make it a specific number and do the setback to a certain number, that would not take 2 years. We could do it quickly, but we would advise you of the unintended consequences of that. And there's not consensus about what that should be.
So first you would have to define what the changes are, then council would have to come to some convergence or agreement around what the specific change ought to be for each of those variables.
Right.
Then you could bippity boppity boop that into reality. Got it. Okay.
You just bippity boppity boop my whole office.
Okay. All right. Any other clarifying questions for Brad on the scope of this item?
I just asked staff if I missed anything critical.
Cool. Tracy, do you want to say anything just about what's dedicated to your office, how much work actually is?
I agree with Brad that it's a 2-year program.
No matter what configuration of parapets and setbacks, it's just because it's a lot of legal work.
No, because getting to the parapets and setbacks is a robust conversation.
Fantastic. Thank you, ma'am. All right. You're not up next, are you? No, you're not. Okay. Thank you, sir. We don't want to work.
We're gonna go down, residential vacancy tax.
Residential vacancy tax. Who we?
So take that one. That's the reason.
Aha. All righty. Hi.
Good morning, or I guess good afternoon, Mr. Morrison, Chief Financial Officer. So if council is interested in this priority moving forward, I think we have the framework and a lot of the research was done last year. Charlotte and the team will be bringing forward as part of the long-term financial strategy, ballot measures for you to consider for 2026. So our timeline for that is February to go to the Finance Strategy Committee. And then we would be a state council in May to talk about the broader ballot measures as a whole. So I think we have a lot of the work and initial analysis done on this with the city attorney's office. And this is something that we could bring forward in 2026 for further consideration.
I agree. I would remind you that you all left off last was a decision point around tax versus fee.
Clarifying questions. Yeah.
Yes, because there's a possibility that a community group will do a petition to put it on the ballot. Is it possible to move up that meeting slightly so that they know whether to collect petitions or not? Just as it's more of a timing question.
Yeah, I think the timing is a challenge because we want to get to fund our future conversations, which will happen in the spring. And we're thinking March, April timeframe to help inform what might also go on the ballot. So that's really what's driving the May timeframe, is to have that broader conversation on what goes on the ballot.
Other clarifying questions on this item and its scope, right?
I hadn't fully raised my hand yet.
She looks curious.
Well, I've just been thinking about what Teresa said about tax fee thing. I don't know, I hadn't raised my hand.
Okay, that's good.
There's a lot in that.
Yeah, there is. Maybe Nicole's gonna help.
I don't know, maybe it's anyway. Well, we've been doing a lot of work on thinking about our long-term financial strategy, how we fund sustainably, equitably, resiliently, moving forward. There are other things we're considering for this year, other things that we were considering last year. What's the problem if we go in one particular direction? Do you anticipate that interfering with some of the other things we might be thinking about that have been part of our long-term financial strategy for years in terms of what we're thinking about?
Yeah.
But then we know voters, they will not vote for 10 different taxing measures, right?
Yeah.
So
Thank you for that point. That is something to consider, is that how many items end up on the ballot. So the items that come out of the financial strategy committee ahead. There are items we may want to bring forth, like the public realm tax, that we're gonna have to, make decisions, policy decisions will need to be made about what's the highest and best priority there.
And that's not even taking into account, right, what the county might be doing, what the state might be doing, what, there's some special districts already, 2 different ones, and completely different policy areas that are being talked about, so, okay.
Yeah, that's a great point, thank you.
Matt and then Aaron?
Might it be helpful, because you said we haven't decided necessarily if it's a fee or a tax, but with a fee would come a next study. Would it be great that if we were gonna have a conversation at some point to make a decision whether it's a fee or a tax, and then we kickstart the fee timing based on the current schedule cadence that you've laid out, if we went down a fee, would that effectively nullify getting on the ballot in 2026? Just given the scheduling of the Nexus study and analyzing it, would we not then meet that time frame by May, making a decision about that? Maybe another way to say it. Might it be prudent for us now to just decide right now whether we want it, if we are going to pursue this, we're going to pursue it in the tax that your office knows the trajectory we're on, versus waiting to then decide whether it's a fee or a tax. And then if it's a fee, we've then exited the 2026 option versus just decide now it's a tax and we just go down that track.
Teresa's got that.
I see Teresa.
Yeah, so council is not permitted to vote on policy changes at this meeting. And that certainly is a policy decision. If the majority of council supported moving forward with the priority of the vacancy tax, that certainly would indicate that that is the likely will of council.
Well,
Carefully worded, I love that.
just an alternate,
Yeah.
so could it sequence like this, so that you could come back to us in February, I think you said would be the next touch point where we could be presented with the options. And at that point, you could give more specific direction about the next steps. And then to Nicole's point, if we in February decide to move that forward, if it comes to the May plus timeframe and there are 17 other taxes and we decide this is, not the one that we want to put on, we would not have to put it on, right? So this priority would allow us to explore and make decisions around it. It would not commit us 100% to having something on the ballot in 2026. That all fair?
That's fair. I think we can be ready in February to have that conversation.
Yeah, and so it anticipated that we'll see taxes, ideas that we haven't seen last year. We're not real connected with the long-term financial strategies committee, so I don't know what work you're doing.
I think potentially you could see some new items come through. A lot will really depend on the public engagement around what we hear from the public about what their priorities are. And we're going to have some honest conversations about our service levels, what we can fund, and possibly some trade-offs.
I hope that the whole council is really a part of that, not just the committee, because that sounds like a really big scope of work from what I'm hearing right now.
Well, and it's, so like, we don't even, those of us on financial strategies, we haven't met in months, like, we don't even know what is being considered or talked about, right, at this stage, but, I guess, one of the questions is, we've been gearing up for this big engagement effort for over a year, we're getting closer to people actually going to be. Oh, sorry, yeah. So we've been gearing up for this engagement effort for over a year now. It was a priority from the last council to fund our future work. How does it? If we're sort of moving forward, because what I'm hearing is that it would need a February kind of timeline for thinking about this. With the work to talk with community about what funding priorities are and kind of how community is willing to achieve those, that's not coming till after February. So I guess my question is what's the point of doing all the engagement work? Is there a point to that if we're going to be making decisions earlier before we've even started this process. I guess that's sort of it. It's like, does it,
Sequence question.
yeah, exactly. Yeah. And sequencing and just the, you know, the changing course of where things have been going. Yes, it's the, does that free up your work plan? Yeah, whatever.
So I think that, as Charlotte's putting this forward, is that we'll start with a larger list of narrow. And there will be regular meetings from the strategy committee during those public engagement sessions. So I think that the concept is to really come out with a broader list, have the finance strategy committee narrow that list. And then we'll be meeting along the timelines of those public meetings to help refine that to what eventually goes to all of council.
And I guess one question around the sort of the scope of this priority is that what I'm hearing is that my colleagues, they may prefer that we're all a part of that initial narrowing conversation versus just, you know, financial strategies, get some recommendations, and then we all talk about it. And so I'm wondering if that might be the kind of priority for this here, is that council is having that bigger conversation earlier on to do that narrowing versus just financial strategies. It feels like people feel like this is bigger.
And if I may, I'll say this, right? Like, even though last year we did some narrowing, we brought all the full component of that to the full council, because we do believe the financial strategies committee is not the final say, just like in any committee, right? The full council is owner of final decisions in those particular things. So we would bring all of them, although we would certainly get input. But what I am hearing, perhaps the suggestion is, can we bring the full council in earlier than we traditionally do? And still leverage the insight of the financial strategies committee. I believe we can work to do that as part of this. If this were to elevate to a council priority, certainly.
Taisha. Cool. Yeah. So one of the things, Tina, during our one-on-one, which apparently is public, you mentioned what I'm calling fund our tomorrow. As opposed to just long term, but like next year. And I know many of us, or I'll just speak for myself, continue to look forward to continuous improvement as it relates to our budgeting process. And given that this year in particular, we can anticipate, or whatever the 3.0 or 6.0 word for fiscally restraint is. But although I appreciate the points of this conversation, what I'm realizing is, and I'm still struck by our conversation around funding for tomorrow. And what I love about this opportunity and touch point for more council input earlier in the process, I'm just wondering if I can pull up what I'm lovingly calling the Fulkert Benjamin and adding the fund our tomorrow. Somebody hit her because she wasn't here.
Yeah.
But I'll talk about it another time. Just know I am, and I know that there's opportunities to add new cards, but since this is there are financial implications to this. I do think that there's benefit for having council conversation around budget before October. Hard stuff. Thank you.
If we don't move forward with this on the council priority, would it naturally be a part of the list that would come to council, you know, as far as considerations that then we would be able to narrow?
I don't believe it would, because you all spoke last year that to not have this as a tax, so you would have to lift it out.
Right. Else? Yep. Do we have to make it a priority, or after this meeting, can I put in a CAC request and then a not a 5 that goes to a not a 3 that goes to a vote 5?
Interesting. Loophole.
What I heard is that she asked and didn't just.
I would say yes, right? It depends on how quickly and how much work it would be, right? Certainly it would be something to ask for. Council priority elevates it now, and we can start thinking about it now. if it goes to CAC, and the same thing is gonna be had, we're gonna have the same conversation and we're gonna have to fit it into a council meeting. And we're gonna have to talk about it, we're having the trade-off, so I feel like it's disingenuous that he's having the conversation now and picking it up as the priority, if I'm really honest.
And this tax wouldn't appear in the long-term financial strategy because this basically city staff doesn't support it, so
It's not so much that the city brought it forward last year and council said no.
well, we didn't totally say no, so we did do,
So no?
no,
I didn't say no.
we did not
Said not this year.
Yeah, we said no this year because I don't think the city was ready to move it forward, so I think we
Well,
listened.
then I stand corrected.
So we listened, and now we're at this year, many of us were sort of thinking that no was the yes for this. year.
Then I stand corrected. In my memory, it was a no. In which case, then it could be part of the considerations that we bring forward as part of the larger winnowing. Yeah, I could be fair.
Thank you.
That was a nice moment, like that was really great problem solving. Yes,
Over here,
Karen,
all the-
go ahead.
If council members think this is a good idea for 2026, making it priority might be a good idea.
You remember at the beginning, I said, you're gonna ask me how many priorities can we have, and I don't know the answer because it depends on what they are. Right, so I'm not hearing Nuria saying, like, if you add this, it definitely means that none of these other things can pop on. So I would leave it up unless and until there's a reason that, either there's not a majority council support or whatever, but I wouldn't start having a backup plan until we know whether or not it rises to the occasion. Cool. Okay. We good? Yeah. You are released. Next, we have exploring our new authority to modify the tip credit. Who is our smart staffer on this item?
It's a mix, but let's go to Teresa.
Teresa, take it, girls.
So I had some confusion about what was stated earlier. Because I heard on the one hand an exploration as a 1-year priority. And then I heard on the other hand, implementation by summer. And so I think that first I would seek some clarity around timing.
So I clarify that. So making a decision, implementation would be when it becomes effective. Is that how you'd interpret it?
Sorry, let me restate that. Legislation,
Legislation. Yes.
an
So
ordinance by summer.
yeah, so in the summer timeframe to allow, because last time we ran into the problem of.
It's more than exploration.
Yeah, well, again, this is right, again, this is sort of like we've done with everything, right? We haven't made a decision that we are for sure going to change an ordinance around tip credit. So anything up to making that mandated statement is an exploration of it. So maybe this is just a semantics discussion, but at the end of the day, we would explore our new authority with the options that are presented to us and then ultimately make a decision. The only reason why that backstop of thinking summer was because of one of the main criticisms we got when we changed the minimum wage. We did it so late in the process. At that point, businesses and workers had already made their budgetary choices for the following year. So we adversely impacted them and they had to revise. So working backwards from a time for planning sake, if we were to make yet another change, it would be prudent for us to do so with enough runway for those that are impacted to have time to plan around it. So talking to businesses and other folks that would be impacted sometime in the summer seemed like that was a reasonable time. Now, is it June? Is it August? Yeah, whatever. But picking a rough time frame is roughly for those matters. So hope that
That's helpful.
okay.
Thank you. So this is, potentially a sort of a medium lift. It's not a huge lift. Depending on what that exploration looks like.
For the increase in the minimum wage, I know that there's part of the legislation that asked us to connect with our other municipalities in the county and the county. Are we mandated to do for the tip wage credit? I mean, I think it's a good idea just from a relational perspective, but is there a mandate?
Forgive me, I haven't visited that legislation recently, but as I recall, there is a mandate for consultation for the minimum wage changes. And so I believe that there is a.
You think that would carry over to a tip wage change? Tip
It
credit?
is, yes, it is part of the same legislation.
And we had a committee that Lauren was heading up from Boulder that we haven't talked about. So that might be something we address as well.
Well, it wouldn't, the form of it wouldn't have to look necessarily the same, right? Consultation is required. What that form of consultation is, it's not dictated.
Like a text.
Hey, you pulled sweet.
But it would be good to have clarity for purposes of this potential priority, to know what level of engagement
Yes.
you expect. Because the county, for example, did minimal engagement. We did a lot more with our partners and it required a lot more of staff. So it would be good to know what kind of level of engagement, because that would have some resource implication.
And that's my question.
Nicole and then Aaron?
Yeah, and Teresa, I fully get if you don't want to answer this question. I mean,
She'll let you know.
You know, so the state says that we do need to have some kind of public conversation, right? And that is mandated legislation. What that looks like can vary. But given that we just did this just over a year ago, and that conversation included an economic analysis. That conversation included talking with hundreds of workers and businesses. That conversation included running through our racial equity instrument, all that kind of stuff. Is there a problem from a legal perspective if then when we're considering lowering wages or repealing some of the increases that we said we would make, do we run into any issues if we don't kind of equalize those conversations?
I don't. From a legal perspective, I don't believe so.
Possibly from a community perspective, there's
Aaron?
I'll agree real quick
Yeah.
on that. So the city of Edgewater made their decision just within a matter of a month or two of the legislation passed. So they just went ahead and made a decision.
and just clarifying that Edgewater had like 7 restaurants.
But from a legal perspective, right, they had analysis to just make a decision.
What about the implications if we look for additional data, like about the number of workers who'd be affected, what their take-home pay is currently, how it would change? Would that be within scope, or what would that look like?
It could be, right? What, it would be helpful to know whether that's part of the scope that you all want, as we're thinking about. If we're looking for something that implements late Q2, early Q3, that front loads the work. And so that certainly could have impacts on other priorities.
And it may have some financial implications. For the last time we did that, we partnered with CU, but we also partnered with other jurisdictions who, correct me if I'm wrong, shared in some of that financial consult. Yeah.
And I have a question that actually might be not so much legal, but more for people who know economic stuff better than I do. So at the time we said we were going to come back and look at this when we had some data to see what the impact was, right? We just finished up 2025, which was the first full year of our increase. I know that I won't file my taxes till middle of April. I expect that there's a lot of other businesses and things too. So by the time that people even kind of have all their information about what it should look like, by the time that passes on to the Bureau of Labor Statistics and other groups that might be able to compile the information, I mean, it's going to be a lot of people who have actual data, what the implications of our results last year. Right?
There is a lag, and maybe Krista, I have to phone a friend. I don't know what the lag is of when we get data.
I think it is 2 months. I want to check that though.
Yeah. I know it's a few months' time.
All right, council, we got lots of things to discuss. So we ready to move on? Fantastic, thank you. Public safety for all. Who's on deck?
That's me.
Oh, fantastic.
So 2 things in that, I think. In the first one was the oversight systems evaluation. We are moving forward, and I appreciate the question on who else is involved, because there are other people involved, and I know that wasn't in yesterday's email. We have finally landed on a facilitator for that. We will likely have a second facilitator who knows. This facilitator, initial one, is a convener to bring folks together. And we'll also be looking at someone who knows oversight systems in particular. And looking to get that contract underway. Because the police oversight panel was having a meeting today and we're asking on an update. It's one of the reasons I sent that out yesterday, because I wanted to send it to them, and since I was sending it to them, figured I'd send it to you all, that we were doing that. The scope really is, and I don't know how many of you recall, is to really look at our systems. Is it working? What's missing? What could be better? It is intended to meet with police oversight panel members, with those council members that are interested, with PD, with union representatives, with community stakeholders that we're identifying, with former panel members that we will send invites to as well. So it is intended to be a little more robust. It is not intended to have an entire community conversation, but it is intended to have select participation as we move forward. So that is underway. The end result will be a report and recommendations. From what I've heard from panel members, and frankly from what I've heard from the police union, I anticipate there will be ordinance recommendations. So not only will you get the full report, but we will likely come forward with ordinance changes, but no matter what, we will send the recommendations to council. So that is where that is living at the moment. As we get that final contract there, happy to share out more information as that goes forward. The second piece of that was.
Point of clarification on that part. Will the council have an opportunity to weigh in on the scope of that evaluation? And I ask because all of the things you just said sounded wonderful, right? But I'm having deja vu from when we were talking about homelessness and the clutch report. And in that moment, I heard all these wonderful things that we were going to get from that report. And then to receive that report and realize that milestone number one was going to be the thing that I had been asking about a year and a half ago, which was which was a landscape analysis on what people were actually doing, and recognize it just. The reason I'm bringing up the issue is because I've already been hurt once by, we're going to do a study on it. And then you'll get the information later. And I just feel like, and many community members who've reached out to me and others and to this council feel and have expressed interest in having more transparency throughout the process and not waiting till the very end with a few people being engaged and involved. Especially, again, I cannot overstate, this is one issue on this board where we do not have sufficient representation on staff, on council, and even on this consulting team, because two people are not going to cut it. And I fear that it will not be as valid and reliable of a research study. As a former employee of the American Institutes for Research, who did a lot of evaluations on these types of things, policing in particular with San Francisco, that I'm hopeful that there are going to be additional touch points. So I guess that's my question is there a council touch point before the very end when we get a report?
Other than the invitation that we have just shared out to see if you want to be interviewed, there is not anticipated to be an additional touch point now.
And so making this a council priority would allow us additional, and not just the council, but our community, additional opportunities to be informed and consulted along the way. I'm also curious if there's a step, and this again goes to scoping, if there's a step for some initial findings instead of having to wait until the end for the final findings.
I would talk to the facilitator. I mean, I would want to talk to the facilitator to see as she is moving forward. Her initial scope is to have individual conversations and then group conversations. And I don't know in her methodology if she would recommend sharing preliminary findings publicly before having more focus groups for fear of perhaps biasing the focus groups that are to come later. So I would leave that in her authority to take a look at, but certainly once there is something preliminary that is shared with either the panel or with others, happy to think about that. Although once it is shared with council, it is a public document. And so I would have to think about what that looks like with the facility.
You're gonna talk about the second piece, the data piece?
Yeah, the data piece is more expansive for a long time now, and Jennifer, our wonderful, CIO is so advanced in what we do with everything technology. So correct me if I'm missing anything out in what we do. But we've been thinking a lot about emerging technologies, just in general. Certainly everything we touch, everything from our phones to our computers to every piece of software, Lord knows, that passes through Jennifer's fingers has some element of artificial intelligence to it. But it's not the only piece of emerging technology and data that we are talking about. We collect as a city enormous amounts of data, from the credit cards that you swipe to whatever data that you input for services. So how do we responsibly think about being stewards of that? It became much more prevalent for us as we're thinking about the current administration and what we must supply or not supply and what data we keep. But certainly as we continue to think about what tools we have in our systems for a variety of uses, whether they have been recent conversations about our license plate readers, or whether it is what we have in our technology with phones or our engagement tools. We want to be thoughtful about what that looks like. So we have an initial policy. We've been thinking about governance, but we have great minds in this community and thinking about what does that look like. So we have been thinking about for a while convening managers panel, task force, call it what you will, of academic and industry efforts to help experts to help guide us through that, to learn a little bit about what that landscape is. We have no doubt that will result in some recommendations that we will likely bring to council, but we want to be informed by the great minds that we have both internally and externally as we move that forward. So we thought we'd start with gathering some folks together. One of the reasons I reached out to you all is you all know some good names as well. But we want to make sure that we're understanding some nuances in the landscape before we come to you all for some policy recommendations.
Asia, question?
So I understand that. I just received that email this weekend. I will say what is urgent and important to me is the flock camera contract that will be renewed in March. And so although I appreciate this task force, my concern is that we're not even required to give them names until the end of January. I don't know how many times that task force will be able to convene to give us feedback on specifically that the flock contract. And so I'm happy to do an amendment that is very specific to that particular contract, given the both valid and reliable data that both has been shared in the IP, as well as from our community members who have expertise on flock surveillance. Thank you.
I appreciate it, and I want to always be fully transparent. Likely, we would not buy. I think that contract is actually up in April, but no matter there, we would not be necessarily talking about that specific contract by April. We would be talking more generally about. We would certainly get to that, but we would not be getting to that by then. We would not be coming to you all for recommendations on contract renewals, because contract renewals are operational.
I understand that. However, as a council, is my understanding, point of clarification, I think it's actually a different one. I'm sorry, Robert. It's rules. Robert's rules for those. I'm sorry. Rules, Monsieur Roberts, who I'm not even gonna look too hard into your files on what you've been doing. But anyway, Robert, I have a question about, sorry, I lost my train of thought, dingling around on that. I understand that as a council, we do not have operational authority. However, similar to Excel and some of these other pieces, we certainly have authority around the strategic direction, vision, and oversight. And I would argue that both of those things are a part of this renewal, and actually there's quite a bit on the line at stake with this particular contract. So, again, I understand it's always the will of the council, and I appreciate your clarifications.
Council, any clarify questions? Yeah, Ryan?
Mary, can you just say a little bit about what would the like kind of key differences be between this matter with the council not making an official work plan versus deciding to take it on? Like, are there any obvious differences that you would imagine scope of it, including with the council proposal as you might understand it?
It depends on how council would want to take something on as a council priority, right? Council priorities, we come to council. I mean, there's certain things that you all give us policy direction and we move forward. It would be different than manager's task force. I mean, I'm moving forward with that no matter what, because I do think there still is value in bringing tremendous minds from around the community. I think there's so much out there that we don't know of. It is fast moving, and frankly, we could benefit from that as we move forward. I continue to think that there's so much on the line here. There is a lot more work to be done, and I would hate to rush it prematurely as we think about what that looks like, and trying to squeeze it into I don't know how many, whatever the schedule is for council would be slightly artificial to me if I'm really honest, versus trying to make sure that we're having sort of more timed conversation with industry experts and academics as that moves forward. But if the will of council is to move it forward, then we will think about how do you want to scope it and how do we bring forward something that is policy related for council to give us direction.
Tracy, you want to add something?
Yeah, I think that in thinking about this potential priority, it's really important that the council think about the distinction between operational and policy. Because I want to remind you that when the council acts on something that is operational in nature, first of all, it's in violation of the charter. But second of all, arguably, you then transformed it into a legislative matter that means the public can legislate on it. And so I think being really clear about this is important.
Nicole, do you have a question on this one? Comment?
Yeah, I did. I had a few questions because they're kind of two parts of this as I see it. Do you see with the police oversight panel, some of those conversations, the work that's going on, with the homelessness strategy update and things, there were opportunities along the way for 2x2s to share out some kind of initial information, have some of those conversations. Like, is that anything that you, it sounds like that may not be part of the plan, but if this were, say, elevated to a council priority, is that a way of sharing information? And then the other is just around other groups being part of the conversation too. Like I think about community connectors, I think about some of the groups that were involved in the reimagined policing plan, all those kinds of things who were able to provide some feedback and get particular communities that don't often come and talk to us, especially about issues like policing involved. So I'm just wondering if that is stuff that you would already be considering, or whether that's the kind of thing that would be moving to a council priority. That's the first question.
So I don't think we need 2x2s to elevate as a council priority. And part, again, it's because it still protects the confidentiality of the initial stages of that. And again, I would like to talk with the facilitator because I want to make sure that fits into the rubric of those initial conversations as that moves forward. But no, I think 2x2s are easily adjusted in the initial scoping of the conversation. It was included to speak to council. So we can figure out what that looks like. It just wasn't included to speak to council at a public session until the report was finalized. And we are contemplating speaking to community members. We have not fully identified that list, in part because we needed to know what the facilitator was going to be. And we wanted to talk to current panel members. We wanted to talk to PD. We wanted to talk to you all. we certainly have a list to start from that included folks that were involved in organizations that were involved in reimagining policing. We had thought about community connectors. We know that there are certain community organizations who are, whether it is folks in our unsheltered community, whether it is folks in our LGBTQ community and so forth. There are folks we know we want to get to, so we're creating a list of addition.
So it sounds like that wouldn't necessarily be the priority. This is the stuff that we would already kind of be thinking about. The other question I have is around the digital security contracting, things like that. At the end of this task force, do you envision bringing recommendations to council? Because I see like the benefit, as I said, having council involved in this in some ways is that it is noticing that digital security is an issue, surveillance is an issue that more people are getting concerned about. And so that to me is where council comes in, not necessarily the operational level of which contractors use, things like that, but rather these are the issues that we see and are thinking about and creating some sort of vision, like a longer term vision for where we're headed that could inform future policy. But at this moment, it's really thinking what's the direction that we're headed in with all of this? What are the issues that are arising that might pose safety threats to our community, particularly given some of the federal context that we're operating under? And how do we move forward from there? Is there a product that kind of comes out of that is more vision level informing policy, or do you really see the task force as just being operational unless we elevate it?
I don't believe, Jennifer, correct me if I'm wrong here. I mean, but I anticipate that there will be some policy recommendations here, big policy, capital P, smaller policy as well. But until we start in it, we just know that there are major ramifications here, and whatever report is finalized, we can see coming to council and sharing. We want you to know what the results of it are. We want you to be informed of what this looks like, because it will have, I think, some ramifications on how we move forward as an organization. So we want you to know about what that looks like. And I can't imagine that we won't be talking a little bit more about how we govern, what changes we may make to our own documents, to how we move forward, what we allow or not allow. But we want you to know about it. We want the public to know about it. Have I missed anything, Jennifer? She'll be much more intelligent than I am.
Yeah. Coming in from the forest, we have Justin.
Good afternoon. I'm Jennifer Douglas, the Chief Innovations and Technology Officer, and I appreciate the conversation. And I know I've had a lot of conversations with many of you individually. I think what I want to caution us about is a balance about what we say publicly and what's operations. Because the more public we are about our technology, the more target that we are. So we do have to be very careful about what we're saying in the public about what we're doing, what our intentions are. We already have a committee that we're working on. I have a chief data officer that's highly engaged and involved in this work. We're working at the state level. We already are working at the policy level, understanding what federal government can do right now, what they might be able to do later. And we safeguard our contracts, any contracts with data. We work with our city attorney. We have an amazing attorney in Teresa's department that we work with, that we write our contracts pretty tight around what they can do with data already. So I would just say that we're happy to share our recommendations, anything that's going to be policy, any kind of recommendations, the way that we're innovating through the city. But I do want to be really cautious about how much we're putting out there. That's why you see I sit behind the tree. Okay, because I will just say that Boulder is well known in the world. I mean, I was in Spain and I had a shirt Boulder and people were like, oh, city of Boulder, right? And we are a target. So we have a pretty significant group of people that work under me. That's all they do is security all day long. And they can see that we're a target. And so we do want to fly under the radar.
But we have 26-digit passwords.
That's right. We do want to fly under the radar as much as possible. right? Even with the federal government right now. So the more we're broadcasting, the more that they're looking at that. So I do want to say that we are highly engaged with anything in public safety, highly engaged. I have a team of 9 people that work in public safety that we manage those contracts. I look at every one of those contracts for data, what's going to be happening with our data. I mean, policing says, okay, we want to use this technology. I push in and say, not unless I say, okay. Okay. So, yeah.
Want to bring us back? We're trying to scope this item so council can understand what we want to prioritize. You had one more clarifying question, Taisha.
Yes, it sounded like, based on what you just shared, one of my concerns around AI, which is different than the mass surveillance piece, is it was my understanding that there wasn't AI guidance for external contractors, but from what you just shared, it sounded like you all closed the loop on the external use of AI.
Well, I mean, it depends. External within the city, we control that. External within the community, we.
No, I'm more so just saying for our contracting. So the last time I asked this question, I was told that we did not have a AI policy for our contractors. We had a very strong AI policy for internal AI use by staff. What you just shared was I look at every contract that is being used, which then I'm saying, oh, did the loop get closed on those external contracts, or rather whoever we're contracting that is not a employee of the city of Boulder?
Any contract that comes through that has any kind of AI component, I look at and they're so approved.
And I would say
But
the
we don't have
distinction
any
is it's not a policy, it's a contract term.
Contract term.
Okay.
Thank you.
Scoping on the item, yes.
Yes, yeah, so, and I mean, mine was really around, like, not. More thinking about, vision level values, right? These are the kinds of things that we're thinking about as we're considering technology, right? That very much feels to me like it's a policy lane versus operational. And I guess that's my question is naturally, are those kinds of recommendations from this group going to come forward, or is that where it would need to be a priority to say, we would like to have some guiding values, vision around how we're using this technology, how we're using data, how we're considering data security? Does that need to be a council priority?
I would expect that that would come from the conversations that we have in this group. That is why we're trying to get a roadmap of what our future looks like from this group. From better minds than mine, not better minds than gentle.
Yeah, and I mean, it's less about like the specific, you
Right.
know, how are we doing X? It's really, these are the values, as an organization. Public service, this is how we're going.
And Nuri, I hear you saying that your anticipation is that that conversation comes to council, whether or not this item is a council priority.
Yes.
Okay, I think that was your question. Yeah, okay, fantastic. All right, anything else on this item? Council, I'm tracking on the time. We've been through 5 of our 10 dot getters in 1 hour, so we probably want to keep it moving here. I'm on Wildfire Home Hardening Implementation Hub. Just so we're clear, this is the first item that only has the 1 dot. Scoping. Oh, Pam.
Yeah, in the interest of preserving you having 7 directors come to the table at once, as sponsor of our wildfire team, I can speak at a high level that this concept in general tracks right along with the continuous improvement the wildfire team is contemplating for wildfire related and resiliency related communication in general. Based on what we received in the priority, there are some specific concepts related to sort of how those things get packaged and implemented that we would find really valuable as we would continue that work. The work plan capacity could handle this without any current trade-offs. And then the last thing I would say is that in my mind, making this a council priority versus not, the difference would be having an interactive session with you all at some point over the course of this year to really work through kind of what that user experience of the information might look like to get that final touch point and feedback from you all. But we would anticipate being able to accommodate that. You're saying you like this? I am saying if you like this one, we will make it happen.
Nice try though, Tara. Council, any other questions on that one? Tina and then Matt.
Yeah, this, you mentioned the council touch point, and there'd be an opportunity to have more of a community focus group, especially those people who would be hearing from, looking for this information. In many ways, I think their input is more valuable than mine.
I want to talk to the team, but as part of that initial scoping, if this becomes a priority, that would be one of our considerations.
And we'd be reporting back alongside the other priorities at that point for your feedback. So thank you.
Yeah,
I see this without it being a judgment of the concept, because I actually really like where this goes. But I guess in terms of having the weight of a council priority, all we gain is touch point. Is that the labeling as a council priority gains us a single touch point? Is that what I understood?
Certainly, if we have direction from you for more consistent touch points, but essentially what I interpret this to be truly is a better packaging and an improved sort of user experience of the information that the city provides related to home hardening and wildfire resilience. And so to the extent that once we hear sort of your expectations about that outcome, everything else is sort of for our communications folks and wildfire team to carry out. So I wouldn't anticipate a ton of back and forth, but if I'm misinterpreting the direction or there's something you want to talk through.
It was not my priority. I mean, I know.
Clarify.
I don't, yeah, I mean, I know Rob has really thought a lot about this, but I just want to make sure that if we're, I guess my concern is putting the weight of a council priority usually has significant deliverables. And so I think about a touch point and go,
Well, and certainly, and to clarify, right, the deliverable would be this new one-stop shop implementation resource. It would probably be this package of a web page, some more bite-sized communications, that sort of thing. But it would be more informed by council input than if it were not a council priority. So this touch point would be you all getting to play in the communication sandbox a little bit more than usual by lifting it up for the priority.
Nicole?
Yeah, so, earlier, I think it was Matt was talking about kind of having more specific goals and, things that we're trying to achieve with the priorities, measurable things. So I guess that's my question. What's the outcome of this? Like, so there's a new website or some new videos or something like that, but like functionally, what's changed, right? What are we expecting that, if we have 1,000 people who've done detailed home assessments that whereas before maybe 100 of them would have done something, now 200 of them are doing something. Like, what are we aiming for? I guess is the question.
I was joining them. So in addition, so the way I interpret this current priority, correct me if I'm wrong, really is about the communication strategy itself. In addition to that, the wildfire team is working on this year, based on the study session we had last September, continuing to refine and update more meaningful metrics that can become more actionable information for a community. And so, Sarah, feel free to jump in as you wish. In my mind, we would certainly want to measure the success of these shifting information hubs, so to speak, in order to know that it's working. The scope of kind of overall metric definition and the success of our wildfire program is something we are working on continuously as a team and would have a sort of adjacent relationship with these communication strategies.
Sarah, anything you want to add?
Sure. Hi, everybody. I'm Sarah. I'm the director. I want to bring a little clarity to what you get if this is not a council priority and what would be different if it's for a council priority. So we are always looking to tell our wildfire resilience story better, more effectively. If you looked at the webpage that we've created that reflects the cross-departmental work, that's a first step that we've taken in the last year and a half to help people understand the why. If this is not a council priority, we will continue to do that effort, trying to use strategic communications and storytelling to help people understand how their individual activities can impact our collective success as a community. If this is a priority, some of the things that I'm hearing that are real intriguing to me, but will require some additional work and some cross-departmental collaboration, is really connecting, for example, this idea of if you have this amount of money to spend, and these are the recommendations that we have made, we're going to need to do some back-end programming to help people be able to connect their individual data with the recommendations that have been made, with the money that is available to them publicly, as well as potentially if they were able to invest some of their own money, what would we recommend as the most meaningful? That's going to take some work with our colleagues in IT. There's back-end programming. I also think that if this were a council priority, the engagement we do in terms of the user experience with you all as council members, either in a subcommittee format or with the whole group, and also with some potentially some focus groups, is something that would be an additional add to our work.
Do you have another question before I go back to?
Yes, if we, so we have a lot of wildfire priorities, just curious if staff thought about all the wildfire priorities that were put forth. Was there anyone that they felt was equally or more impactful from perspective of community preparedness? Short answer is we didn't do that exact comparison, because of course we're interested in kind of your all's interpretations. We certainly heard loud and clear, generally speaking, attention and ongoing wildfire resilience is top of mind across the board. And so that we heard loud and clear. The collaboration of the team continues to increase and innovate. And so if it was like a pick and choose, each one frankly does target very distinct outcomes. And so that's where you will come in.
Right. Sounds like the answer. You don't not identify which one of those is more important.
Nicole, you have one more question?
Yeah, it was just around what could the year, so like this sounds very interesting to develop some sort of, web-based tool that people go to. Detailed home assessment, please give me the most cost-effective things. Is that realistically something we could do in the year? And I would expect IT for there too, but to me that feels like a bigger thing, especially in the context of everything else that's going on. I mean, doing more focus groups to get some information about, what are better ways that we can get information to you, especially groups that haven't been engaging in some of the other ways. That to me feels a little more doable than world thinking.
So the good news is that the data for folks who've already received their assessment, and we just recently reached a big milestone in that space. That data exists. So creating a tool framework to leverage data we already have, assuming that the good friends in IT and the innovation side of the forest can work with us. I think we could start to get a framework together. But it would be something that we would, as new assessments happen, we would constantly.
One of the other priorities that didn't get a dot was around the cost benefit analysis of different kinds of policy things to do in the wildfire space. And I'm wondering whether, moving in the direction of something like this, could we also get the information across the board, right? If we were going to increase more money for grants to people, like here are the things that are needed that people could use more money for. Like where are we making investments, and how could those investments be more powerful in terms of getting our community wildfire ready?
You won the prize, and we also now have Dan joining us at the table to talk a little bit.
Yeah, that was I really sent that in. It wasn't a virgin.
I saw what you do too. Yeah, I saw what you did there.
Got a life of its own now.
Yeah, it's the whole thing. Dan, briefly.
Dan Burke, Open Space Mountain Parks Director. So what the city started to launch earlier last year, in which we are through with phase one, is after the CWPP adoption. We then looked across the city, and we wanted to create a database platform. And then we wanted to do an inventory of all of the work that is currently happening, or that's planned to happen, or that's been completed on wildfire resilience actions and projects. And that inventory work is now completed. We have 132 projects that are either active or in the pre-planning stages. We know we have 44 projects that have been completed. And we have them all now in an interactive database where staff can go in and start doing exactly what you're saying. Can we prioritize these 131 actions? Can we start to develop what is the current status of them? Are they completed? What stage of completion are they in? Prioritization, what should be the priorities for uplifting in the coming year, costing amounts, all those type of things. So now that we have the inventory in place, we can now play with that stuff to do stuff like prioritization and that's across all the actions that the city is currently taking on in terms of wildfire resilience, not just the communication piece.
So that would also include how we're giving out money for grants to support people doing wildfire mitigation on their homes and things.
Yeah, those projects related to that particular element of supporting community members to implementing actions is part of that portfolio of 131 actions. And there's several projects related to that that's in there. But yes.
Yep, as long as it's brief, then we should move on, go.
But to this list, what you're saying, that, like, so one option would be increasing or changing the way we give out grants, but you would be looking at a lot of other initiatives as well, balancing which ones are gonna have the most impact for this whole inventory of possibilities. Is that what I'm understanding?
Yeah, impact assessment is definitely something that we want to get stronger in, and something now that we have the portfolio all in one place that we could actually start comparing things against each other. We haven't gotten as far, we're not where we want to be on it, but that is the intention.
So it's almost kind of getting to that one priority about the cost benefit of measures.
Yes.
They really are on their way to that.
Yep, staff actually about probably a year ago, maybe even before that, said this is what we want to do, and we spent a good deal of time in 2025 launching that.
Fantastic. Ready to move on? Dan, Sarah, thank you. All right, next item is bicycle security and theft reduction.
Alistair, come on down.
Come on down. Hi.
Seat at the big table.
For better or for worse, welcome. Yeah. Give us a sense of the scope of that bad boy, if you would, darling.
I will. So for those who don't know me, I'm Alistair McNiven. I'm the chief of staff for the police department. I'm honored to be here on Chief Redfern's behalf. As you may or may not know, he had a previous scheduled commitment. So kind of here.
Is he joining Jonathan on vacation?
I know, right? That's not his regrets.
No.
No, he's working. So I thought, as you consider this for priority status, that I to provide some stats, some data to think about as you're doing so. And so obviously bike thefts are a hot button issue here in town. Just to give you some context, in 2025, we had 557 bicycles stolen within the city that were reported as stolen, I should say. And the context for that is since about 2020, which was kind of the highest peak that I'm going to reference, so like 1,183 stolen, and it has trended generally down from 1,183 now to 557. We're 33% less than 2024, although it's a little misleading because there's a little blip there before. But just to give you a sense of what we're talking about, I do want to say that if you are one of the people who had bicycles stolen, I don't know how much consolation it is, whether it's 1 of 557 or 1 of 11. Still painful. So, which leads to the next piece, which is our recovery rate, which is clearly lower than we would like, or certainly than our victims would like, and it's at about 9%. And I'll talk a little bit about some factors that contribute to that.
I would love for you to tell us more about what would this work be?
A whole speech.
I know, and I'm
Okay.
I'm riveted and yet need you to focus.
So perfect. So the work would be an enhancement of some work we've already been doing. That would be, for example, undercover bike operations. As you might imagine, I'm probably not going to give you a lot of detail about what that looks like. But suffice to say, for you to consider, as you're considering that, you need to think about the fact that those undercover bike operation participants would otherwise be doing other things. So you're taking them away from other undercover work, other assignments. So we need to weigh up that impact. There are some other things that we've done already to do with alerting the community and educating the community that could be enhanced. As it probably comes to no surprise, within the city, there are geographical areas you're more likely to have your bike stolen. So maybe some enhanced signage there and education for the community, particularly the cycling community, is to that. Kind of on a related issue, big piece of this is education for our community on how you might lessen the chances of being a victim. So, for example, I'm going to get to my stats. 20% of our bikes that are stolen are taken from garages or sheds during burglaries. So if you make that more difficult, that's partly an education piece, that's partly putting bluntly the onus on bicycle owners to maybe engage in some additional security. And I know that sounds harsh, but that is a piece of it, right? So those are the kinds of things that we would be wanting to do. Enhance education on the front end to minimize the numbers of bikes that are stolen, and then we want to work on the back end, A, recovering the bikes, B, catching the people who are stealing. It's broader.
So the difference between it being a council priority and not being a council priority is more of the stuff that you're planning to do?
Correct.
Okay. Questions, council? Yep, Ryan and then Tara. Then you go, Tara, and then Ryan.
Great, thank you. So I raised it, I was one of those to raise this one. On the education side, one of the things I was thinking is, so if you go to the city information website right now on bike parking, one of the key points of guidance is you should lock your bike frame to a lock, standard universal guidance. Challenge is we almost universally do not have facilities around the city. City property is really good, this one notwithstanding. City property is really good at Parks and Rec, downtown, on sidewalks, with the inverted U racks. So part of my inspiration was coming off the parking reform that we did last summer. Is there something we can do here to not require, but educate and perhaps encourage the retailers and others around town to install properly, bolted inverted U's as a part of it, not all of it, but as a part of it. Wondering, has that been contemplated, and does that fit?
Yes.
Great.
Expand on that. It actually does bring up another interesting point. One of the other things that we would want to encourage people to do is to place those in more high visibility areas, because the problem is down an alley, it's a lot easier for people to get their trusty angle grinder out, sort through the lock. In fact, we actually had a recent arrest based on a community member seeing someone working on a lock with an angle grinder and called us. So it's a combination of those kinds of things, but yeah, that's great.
To see Trish Emser's PowerPoint of all the things that we can do.
Well, yes, I did. So I don't have any friends in the room, so I can't do the phone a friend thing. So I use this instead.
Sure, this room is.
Yep.
So one of the things is maybe like bike registration, better information on that, more information on impounded bikes. So there's all these little things that add up. Would you be doing all these little things that add up?
If this were to be a council priority,
Yeah.
absolutely.
Yeah. There it is.
Yes. So I would add that these are some identified areas that we certainly need to look at. That bike registration, bike index option is not being used as well as we would like, and that limits our recovery for sure. We find a bike and it sits in our impound lot because we don't have anyone to contact. And there's that all has to do with stickers that get applied. Yeah.
So more of those kinds of things, or maybe the whole list, if a council priority and otherwise not so much, yeah?
Yes.
Okay. Council, any other questions? Fantastic, you are free to.
Got off easy.
All right. Sister City language update. Pam.
Team's already on at the table. We've got.
Fantastic.
We should hear our city clerk, we've got our city attorney.
So again, before we jump in, task is scoping and difference between what you would do if it's a council priority and what would you do if not. Cool. Okay.
So some of my work was already done with the summary earlier today, but essentially our entire sister city program is governed by a very kind of bare bones council resolution that has only been updated a couple of times since the program was developed. We would anticipate if made a council priority, if not a council priority, frankly, we probably wouldn't touch it at all this year. So it's a do or don't. If made a council priority, we would see this as twofold. One would be engaging with council on an update to that resolution and also sort of expanding it to get greater clarity of the intent of the program, the specific specs of how we interact with the sister city organization, et cetera. And then an accompanying kind of administrative and operational guide for staff to contemplate
what is your expectation of how staff supports sister city engagement throughout the year? That just currently doesn't exist. And so we just sort of filled in the blanks as needed. And so we would anticipate our clerk's office, based on kind of the intent of any resolution improvements by council, to then kind of create that corresponding predictable business rhythm around how reporting is received, how we hold our sister city agencies accountable to sort of meet that intent, and then how we support kind of anything that council would want to add to that resolution scope.
Questions?
Teachers could be accomplished within a year.
And yes, could be accomplished in there. Okay. Okay. Accelerate efforts to address commercial vacancies. Who dat? Gonna throw it to Mark. All right, Mark.
Hi, everybody. This is something that we are already thinking about within our kind of new cultural and economic development function. Like what you get with a council priority is really a more robust or a formal program to address commercial vacancies. Right now, we are doing a couple of different things. We've seen the retail wraps on storefronts, especially when they are located-owned properties. That is something where we think we can get to this year a little bit easier, is accelerating that kind of pop-up and wrap activities. The third element of the proposed council priority of a formal program that really works with partners to try and work a little bit more specifically with commercial brokers, with property owners to fill spaces. How fast we're able to do that, whether that's a formal program, I think would be helped by it being established as a council priority. I think the difficulty here in the economic development space is we have a few things that have already been in the pipeline that are really non-negotiable in terms of timing. You all are familiar with Metro District conversation, Downtown Development Authority, urban renewal, even to an extent. All of those kind of have a time clock on them already. So, certainly elevating as a council priority helps establish that timeline. I think we would need to lean on partners in order to accelerate that work, just given the other things kind of in the works already. So we'll be doing some stuff. I think to the extent we're able to formalize that program within 2026 depends on if this is elevated.
Matt and then Tina.
I appreciate that. Some of the things that have been talked about on this front are things like an office vacancy pilot program, some adaptive reuse, streamlined permitting, walk-up permits for anything under 10,000 square feet. So people so these are things that are out in the ether. They aren't surprises. They've been talked about for a long time. Are these things that are just already on your radar that you have in the queue and you're just sort of waiting for some capacity to do, or are these sort of new things that would really require us to say, yes, go forth and then they would get done? And so are we really just dealing with a little reshuffling of a queue? So it's maybe not this year, but maybe it gets done next year, but there's a cost. So I'm just sort of wondering where the real rubber meets the road on this versus the good work you guys already do.
Yeah, I think it's more the former. So these are things on our radar. Some of the things we'll be able to move forward. Some of the, what are the low barriers, process improvement stuff. There's, you all are familiar, I believe, with our partnership with an organization called Cities Work that is talking to a lot of our small businesses about their experience in doing business with the city. We'll have some insights from that analysis. It'll come to you in early April, I believe. I think that is work that we plan in 2026. It could implicate some of the things that help fill commercial spaces. Some of the broader, we've heard ideas on making it easier to do conversions and the permitting process for that. I think that's a little bit more complicated and something that I think would need a push for that to be really done in 2026. The pop-up stuff I mentioned, I think is a little easier. So it depends on the specific thing. As we have capacity, as we build out the new office, we'll have more and more capacity as we get into the year. But I think really turning this into a formal office vacancy, retail vacancy program, that line, it's a little bit of a gray area, but that line of establishing it as a council priority, we would have to kind of divert some effort to actually create that formal program and think more formally how we're going to look at these 5 or 6 things as a part of addressing commercial vacancy, if that makes sense.
Tina?
Yeah, you mentioned working with partners. And so, this is new in a little bit, in that helping property owners fill their space needs to be done in conjunction with the property owner because of their tolerance and their investment interest and all of that. And so I do wonder if some of the initial paths could be led out of the chamber, who could really help prioritize that. And because we're looking at some of that experience, especially with the first level commercial on the permitting of the city's work, I feel like we're addressing that. But some of these other issues, it's still not really clear what the property owners want. And so I just wonder if the chamber could be the lead on that so that you can keep on with your other priorities.
Yeah, it's a good suggestion. I think we would probably rely on a few of our economic vitality partners to help support that, chamber being one. I think you're right. One of the things that, and we've had conversations about commercial vacancy. We've heard a little feedback on some of the city processes, going back last year. We also have heard that property owners are not choosing to leave their spaces vacant, right? I mean, there's a broader economic issue. So trying to dive into some of those dynamics and how that is playing in here at the local level, I think would be helpful in keeping track of those conversations. So certainly would rely on the chamber and others to help inform the work.
Cole and then Mark.
Yeah, I guess my question is just following up a little bit more on something you were mentioning of what slows down if this is a council priority, right? Because you're saying you wouldn't do this unless it were a council priority, which to me says that you were already full. And so presumably something's going to slow down or get knocked off with the slow to the phase. Likewise, I think not just about staff resources, but also funding. Money does not grow on trees as much as we wish that it would. And if we're spending money to help landlords fill their empty spaces, then presumably that's money that we would not be spending on something else that might help some of our small businesses weather these times. So what's the trade-off?
It's a fair question. I don't believe that there's anything within the economic development realm that could slow down unless council wanted to entertain slowing down the downtown development authority conversation or slowing down metro districts. So certainly that's an option if this were to be kind of a robust program that the city operated. We are planning to address some of these things, as I said, regardless. I think if this was elevated as a council priority, we would advocate trying to find some middle ground, if you will, to leverage our partners. So what that could look like is that maybe we are doing some type of focused program or pilot program, or whatever you want to call it, within a certain geographic area that gets at resources. So while we don't only want to focus on the downtown, what that does is it allows us to consider tapping general improvement district resources to help support those areas that are appropriate for the city to play in. That would be some of the conversation that we would have with council. Certainly you all would have to be comfortable with the allocation of those resources. So it'd be stuff like that I think we could move forward with council support without impacting the timeline of some of these others. If it's more of a citywide program, I think you'd have to revisit some of the timing of those other larger economic development issues.
Teresa wanted to jump in and help.
And I would say that the city attorney's workload is pretty full already with economic development. And so any scoping of this is adding on to an already full plate.
So can I just rephrase what I think I heard? I mean, it sounds a little bit like, rather than trying to get resources that already exist and are already allocated, it's more that you'll be spending some time looking to see okay, where the quarters in the couch, right? where are some of these additional places that we could find some more resources to help out with this versus us necessarily taking on new stuff. Is that a characterization or is that?
I think that's right. And working again with our partners to determine kind of roles and responsibilities, convene. Certainly there's some city work, but we hope to rely on partners as much as possible. Knowing full well that as we do that, resources will be a part of that conversation.
So then what's the outcome at the end of that, if it is a consideration, we have a set of programs or?
Yeah, I think your outcome would be a formal program to address commercial businesses. That's what we don't have today. We're working on elements of that to try to improve the situation, but we don't have a commercial vacancy program.
Just like one program versus here's our solution for addressing commercial vacancies.
That's it.
Okay, thank you. Bart.
In some cases, it seems that our own policies, zoning have contributed to empty spaces. I was think of the Olive on 15th and Canyon. That had been vacant for years, and continue to be vacant for years. Are we looking at all at some of those policies and rethinking them and trying to occasionally fill commercial spaces with commercial uses?
It's a fair question. I might phone a friend on the first component of that. I think we are thinking about that as it relates to some of the comp plan update and some of the commercial uses that we're anticipating in neighborhood zones in particular, balancing that with there is the availability of commercial space currently. I think a more kind of accelerated look at some of those other maybe zoning barriers, Brad, I think might be a little bit longer.
So just quick reminder, we're not reviewing all the things. I think the question is, would this item be part of this, or is it being addressed elsewise? That's the question.
Probably not.
Yeah, I think I am the Brendan question. It is a little hard to say. It probably could not be in a year, only in the sense that there are multiple influences on why there's vacancy, and there's not consensus about what those might be, as to whether that's zoning or market conditions or individual preferences from property owners. We have some planning board members who assert that there are owners that are just not very interested in aggressively pursuing that. And so I only bring that up to say that it's not obvious what that would be. So it'd probably be in a different context that we would need to tackle it.
We might be next year, 2 years.
Yeah, I can see that happening. And that has kind of bubbled as a potential, I mean, as Mark said, as the Economic Development Office, Culture and Economic Development Office builds out, those are the types of things that leave more capacity as a city to do that kind of research. That's my understanding, Mark.
Yeah, and I'll also mention that the other tools that were elevated last council that we're implementing, the different economic financing tools, all should help contribute to addressing commercial vacancy. But in terms of the zoning component, I think that's more of comp plan implementation and perhaps into 2027.
One last quick add to this is that I have heard from some of our partners that if it were to be elevated as a council priority, that might galvanize some interest, knowing that council is interested, knowing that there may be some updates to council that our partners can come to. So for what it's worth, I'm sharing.
Yep, you done on that one? Okay, 2 more. I'm glad you're back. I was like, Brad, I don't know where you're going. Brad, give us the high level on scoping future efforts to reform or rewrite Title IX. Again, difference between council priority and not council priority, and impacts if it is prioritized.
Thank you. So Title IX, I think everybody understands, is the development code. It is very true that development codes over time evolve to be what I sometimes refer to as a Frankensteining. It's not a critique of them. It's just as you add to it over time, you're fixing this piece or you're addressing this piece and that piece. And the development code has been comprehensively looked at since I think 1998. So it's due for some sort of look. Certainly as regards this scope, we would have the capacity to do it, as Matt mentioned earlier. It would happen later in the year because of its logical sequencing after the comprehensive plan. What would be different about this as a council priority versus not is it would certainly add weight to the fact that this needs to be a major work plan item in 2027. It is something that would take probably 18 to 24 months to do based on my experience doing it in other jurisdictions. We would want to get a consultant, so there's a budget aspect to it so that they can not only help manage the workload of that, but probably more importantly, give insight into the things that we would have blind spots to after working with it, for years, both the city attorney's office and that's with all due respect and acknowledgement from Teresa. So that would be a part of it as well. But we recognize it's probably time in the city's history to do something like that. I prefer the term overhaul just so that we're not implying that there's something fundamentally broken with it, because after all, it was the result of thoughtful decisions by councils for many years. Which isn't to say that we wouldn't bring some of the feedback from conference plan into it for some targeted updates, but really it would be as much about overhauling it so that it's user friendly and internally consistent. Those types of things.
So of course I want to do this, but as a devil's advocate type of question, why would I not just put it on for next year? Should I get reelected? No, I'm just kidding.
Well, I think what this does is get a running start towards it, because if we had that as a council priority in February or March and then do an RFP, that's another 2-3 months, that type of thing.
Legwork that would set up a future council, next year's council, if they wanted to prioritize this, then there would be the background work to do that. Okay. Other questions? All right, thanks, Brad. All right, last but not least, transit strategy.
Hi. Welcome.
Around like I'm a kid. Learned that the next day.
To that later.
Hello, Council. Life Bailey. I'm Director of Transportation and Mobility. I think a couple of things is, as you know, there's a county transit plan that's already underway. I'm realizing I'm really hoarse. I had a cold last week. I am 98% certain I'm done with it. But until I start talking, I think, gosh, I sound like a
Shift away.
yeah.
So to say Tina and Chris want to like scooch a little bit.
I want to put a plug in. Our tab is meeting tonight at 6 p.m. And on our agenda is an update on the county transit plan, which we do plan to have tonight's touch point, as well as at least one other in 2026. We also have already identified leadership staff who are involved in transit planning, who are going to be working very closely in the county plan. And then also chatting with my colleague Brad Mueller through the BVCP. We expect that there will be some priorities and some aspects of that will point towards good transit policy for the city. So I think my thinking here is that this is an item that does not require any work plan adjustments based on what we're already planning to do in 2026.
So if council were to prioritize it, it would change nothing in your life?
It depends on what was prioritized. And the whole idea of a citywide transit plan would be a huge endeavor. But if the priority is for us to actively coordinate and collaborate through the county's plan, look for our own priorities, reinforce them through the tab and the council, that we would advocate for having an opportunity to weigh in specifically, as well as the BVCP. And yes, I don't think it would make a considerable difference in our work plan.
Cool. Council questions? Nicole and then Ryan.
So with the current plan, would council already have an update on this, discuss it? And you mentioned Tab is doing that tonight. I'm on Dr. Cog, so yes, I'll see this, but is this something that would be brought to council in that those study sessions?
That my newness here, I don't know processes. I don't know how that process would work. I think what we're advocating for is that we would want the council to take action. Now, I don't know if that would happen.
Would not. So you're happy with the ask to just bring this before council, we can bring it at a study session.
Okay, and that's not you don't
Even
even
without
without
prioritizing.
access to do that. No, just, okay, great.
Right.
So we just get a cheaper.
Yeah.
And if you did, just be cool.
Oh, trust me, I'm on it.
Ryan.
That was my question, but now I have a new question hearing that. So I think I'm hearing there is a plan to bring this to council in a study session, whether we don't need a priority for that.
Yep. Thank you. Yes. All right. You are free to ask. Lovelies. I've been seeing people trickle out in onesies and twosies to go to the restroom. I wonder if we should take a quick bio break. The time is 2:30, whatever that is, 5. Why don't we come back, like, be brief, come back at 1:45. Then we'll take any questions that you have on these. Please don't ask a question on every single one. Like, if you ask a question, it's because you're like legit considering spending one of your next round of dots on one of these things. So if you need a question, fantastic, but they will be brief. Staff, I will look for your very, very brief responses, and you will be very clear about the difference between if it is prioritized and if it is not. And then we will do dots. I will come around and pick up your playing cards and redistribute. So if you have those be obvious while you're breaking, that would be grand. Everyone got a plan? Sweet, go. I have had several requests for absolutely must be done by 4, and since I have a 4 o'clock meeting, if it could be done by a little bit before 4, that would be grand.
All right.
So we will be done by 4. Couple quick reminders before I ask you to be very, very deliberative in which of these items you want to ask questions about. Several of you, as I was eavesdropping on some of your one-on-ones, say it's so important that we just focus on what we're already doing. And then I'm like, okay, but there's 10 things, 11 things. And then I also remind you, context and 1-year work plan. So the number of things that can be done in this 1 year is already smaller than what is on this board. But if you would like to consider one of these items, I'll take 1 round of questions. 1 question, 1 very clear answer. On these items, if you must know them, there is no penalty for not having a question at this time. Any member of council want to ask a clarifying question about one of these items? Okay, Tina, go.
On the e-bike, e-moto questions, we already asked staff to create a memo about the landscape, the regulatory landscape. Is there a natural next step to address the actual issue, not just understand it, or we require council priority to actually do something to change what the landscape looks like now?
Does council have to prioritize e-bike, e-moto safety in order to see the next step?
So I understand that the lift will require a council priority once we know the scope of what's being researched.
So right now, we shouldn't expect anything to change.
So,
Just education.
so can I follow up? We may not have any latitude. What if we made it a priority and come back and actually say, well, there's nothing you can do? Can we not check in after we get the memo and then consider deprioritizing something to add it back?
Then we have a conversation about trade-offs.
What? Aaron didn't understand what just happened. Aaron, can you clarify what you just asked and what you thought the answer was?
So my point was that it would be very hard to make it a priority without knowing whether we would be able to take any effective actions. We need that memo before we would know that. So my question is, let's say that we don't make it a priority, but we get the memo, it looks interesting. Could we then deprioritize something at that time in order to make this a priority at that time? We get the information.
Then we have a conversation about trade-off.
Yes.
And then a follow-up, are we currently enforcing e-motos on trails at all?
Alistair. Dan. Anyone?
On open space trails, did you say trails?
Find out.
Bike trails.
Open space system. It would be, the answer is yes, if we see something that's a violation, we will enforce. And we have issued citations, not very many on open space, on the open space system trails. So, which may be different than transportation management.
Are you currently enforcing e-moto rules on city trails?
Yes, those e-motos aren't addressed to the ordinance, so they are against the law.
Oh, fantastic. Fantastic. All right. Make good choices, people. Make good choices. Thank you, sir. Tara, I'm ready to move on. Do we need? We're not going to talk about each one of these for 20 minutes.
Oh, sorry.
Yeah. Tara, clarifying question on one of these items.
No, she has a question. Just go to Mark.
Fantastic. Mark.
I have a couple of questions with respect to acting a charter change for Parks and Rec, other than to money for maintenance. Questions are, 1, the heavy lift, and 2, can it be done by alternate means, either through the charter committee or through long-term financial strategies, in which case it does not have to be a priority.
That sounds like a Dan question. Oh, Chris question.
Actually.
Chris Doug question.
We had some of it, so we had some of this already done. It's Chris, go ahead. We had some of this information. We brought this forward as part of our financial strategies committee. We did some polling. It's not polled well.
It polled 37.5%. That was the public ground tax.
No, this is not.
So we polled a public
that's
ground
right.
tax.
Sorry.
So, with
This is
that,
expanding the use of the.
was expanding
parks.
the use of the parks tax. So that's how we approached it in the past. Really lining up with the financial strategy of trying to unrestrict funds, giving them a broader purpose. So that is what we did with the long-term financial strategy last year, and that's something we would, I think, continue to encourage ahead. Is to cover parks, but also expand that to a broader use and purpose.
So we've done some initial legwork.
I think you'll see it come forward this year as part of the long-term financial.
We're planning to bring it forward this year.
Yes.
So we can get it from the financial strategies committee without making it a priority. Correct on that?
Yeah, and maybe if I bring it up to then answer is, if the question and the real issue is, how do we find more funding for Parks and Recreation, or how do we find more funding for X service or Y service? That's really what a lot of this Fund Our Future engagement with the community is there are lots of services that we would love to add additional funding to, and probably more than we could even go ask the community for. So there will be trade-offs. So if the question is, will we be having through the Fund Our Future and long-term financial strategy conversation around increasing or changing the funding levels for various services across the city? Yes.
That's not.
But this is not about.
No, this is about this particular.
If it's specifically about, are we going to modify the permanent Parks and Rec fund and broaden it? I think we can have that as a part of the long-term financial strategy conversation. Unrestricting that fund. Yes.
Okay.
Teresa, do you want to?
We could do it under the charter committee as well, and it's not a big one.
Great. You covered?
Apologies that I was.
Food and ag.
Hold on. Okay.
Done.
Chris was apologizing. Taisha's got a question. Go.
No, I'm on food and ag. I've moved on.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Yeah, go.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at.
I'm with you, girl.
So.
Yep. Okay.
Dan is behind you, so that's why I was looking. So my question is, if this does not become a council priority, the urban ag, is the component that were in there as far as reducing the barrier for shading and some of those atypical structures, is that something that is already in the?
Yeah, I think for what happens in the urban environment is probably a little bit outside the scope for the Open Space Mountain Parks Department. So maybe there's a phone a friend. I would also mention that we also have in our lunch and learn on agriculture. That's sort of the urban and the rural agricultural as one system. But I don't know if I have a good answer for your specific question of what can happen within the urban environment.
Okay.
Yeah.
No worries.
Yeah, because all of the agricultural lands for the open space system are in Boulder County. So we work with them on hoop house,
Yes,
zoning
this would be
and all that.
urban land. Yeah, this would be the non-leased land.
Phoning a friend, Brad.
I'm gonna defer to Christopher on that.
Do you want to defer to somebody?
I'm looking at it.
And I apologize, Councilman, would you repeat your question? It was around use of open space land, is that right?
No, it is in reference to if there was anything related to removing barriers to having atypical structures like shading structures, hoop houses, greenhouses in our non-leased land.
Yeah, certainly as a part of the nature-based solutions work plan this year, certainly creating more resources and tools for understanding what you can do within the current urban environment around things like, what's the term? Yeah, well, yeah, I mean, so there's the awning issues, and then there's what kind of structures are allowable within the city, what types of codes you need to comply with. So that is actually part of the existing plan that Brett Kincaid's team is working on. So I would say that that's going to happen irrespective. I don't see an elevated lift. We don't really see there to be barriers specifically. We see there to be educational issues that we're working on as part of the work plan.
And then prairie dogs.
Oh,
That being in there.
These guys got it. Very nice.
Wow.
Don't know. The answer is no. So basically what I asked. I can take the answer based off of that.
Council, other questions on these items? Nicole?
Yeah, enjoy
Hold on.
moments.
As you were. Just a bit of talking.
So my question, sorry.
Is it down now? Okay, great, then you want to take it. All right, sorry, you are relieved.
So my question is around just understanding our housing needs, and I'm just wondering, what are we doing this year to understand our biggest housing needs gaps, and how are we prepared to tap into the regional housing strategy that Dr. Cog has been working on, which is going to give us policy solutions to our most pressing housing needs? Because I have asked every single one of you in this room what our biggest housing needs gap is, and I get a different answer from 8 different people. It's housing for seniors, it's welfare resilient housing, housing for middle income families with children, housing for low income people with disabilities, housing for people with substance use disorders and mental illness. It really is kind of all over the place. And every single person that I talk to thinks that theirs is the biggest housing need. So we can't, 9 people cannot be right when they have different answers. I'm sorry. So what I'm wondering is, what are we doing this year to understand that? Because making policy based on not having data is kind of a liability, not legal liability.
Hertford Harbor Housing and Human Services, by sitting down, it's lost of that. Almost made. And I've mentioned this to a couple of council members. You'll see on the CAC agenda that will be coming to council on March 5th. We've appreciated the outline that we received in the retreat document about sort of what you're looking for and how you just described it there. We will be providing an update on our affordable housing programs, but also trying to bring together a lot of the data points. We have lots of data in our community about the needs, what the needs are, and we need to bring that together. So we'll be working, we're already working with Dr. Cog and with bringing information out of that. That's been a very helpful resource. It's also helped us with some of our required information to provide to the state under Prop 123. And our team has also met with the state demographers that it's given us really good information about what we should expect as a community over the next 20 years that would impact housing needs. So what we plan on presenting to council is this is what we accomplished and this is what we have as far as housing. This is what the data points are telling us about what the needs are. So it won't be just housing types and just housing tenure, but also the types of people and the types of needs that they have. And we believe there's a lot of special needs that are unfulfilled in the community. We're working on another project for individuals with developmental disabilities, seniors, permanent supportive housing. And so I think that data is going to help us have a public conversation about what that looks like. And my hope is from that meeting, from that March 5th meeting, once you hear that and once you read the memo, you'll be able to give us more feedback as well about what you're seeing and identifying as those gaps.
And are you expecting that then will tap into the regional housing strategy that will be coming forward as well?
Yes.
So that will inform policy basically, or help us inform policy.
That's correct.
Okay.
Both within the Dr. Cog work, but also the regional housing partnership that includes all the municipalities in the county and Boulder County is also, sort of working on that together as well.
So basically, is there anything that would change if this were a priority for council?
I don't think there's anything that would change, but what I would say is the document as it was described to us for this meeting really gives us a helpful outline of what you're wanting to see.
Thanks for the March 5th, but no,
Yes.
there's nothing special.
Correct.
So,
Will that include the needs of the CU student population, their enrollment thoughts?
I'm not sure that we had planned on that. We do meet with CU occasionally to understand that. I'm not sure that we have a better understanding.
of what that looks like. But we are able to kind of break out what it looks like within our.
And also looking at the development that's occurring right now.
And it's the most.
Just to meet those needs, yeah.
It's the most popular development style. That's it.
Yes.
Yeah.
Great. Really want to move on fast. Okay.
We'll also have information around what our needs will be in 20, 30 years, like 2050, which is the scale at which the doctor project is operating.
Yes.
So we'll have that information about not just current gaps, but future gaps as
Yes.
well. Okay, thank you.
I would like to point out that Kurt's doing a great job just saying yes and then not talking anymore. You talk great. Your excuse, Matt.
New topic, retroactive wildfire mitigation. Kind of want to get a sense of. We've got a lot of carrots and we also have a lot of patience built into our WUI code of having to wait decades for permits or scrapes to get that, to get some resiliency on the western side of town. So I sort of want to get a sense from staff, what in the plan over the next little bit will help us get the western edge and homes safe in the current, and what trade-offs do we have with regards to not doing this, and what are the consequences of not doing
That was like 5 questions, Matt.
But it's all the same. Huh? So,
So we're talking about the retroactive
at the end of the day, what's the
wildfire
not
mitigation.
doing this?
Yeah. Retroactive. So first of all, not even one says wildlife instead of wildfire, which is great. We know you meant. Retroactive wildfire mitigation for existing homes. What are the consequences of not elevating it to a council priority, and what do they get if they do elevate it to a council priority?
Great question. Good afternoon, council. Mike Alvarado, Fire Chief. I thought with all the wildfire stuff, I wasn't gonna get called up here.
That was cute. Yeah.
Anyway, so I don't know that I have a good.
Oh, and let's bring it up.
I don't know that I have a good quick answer. You all got the number of detailed home assessments that we put out, 1,000. We just expanded the WUI as we did last year, so we're now at about 16,000 homes. You can do the math pretty easily. It will take us quite a while to get around to the homes that we do have, assuming everyone who volunteers to get it done gets it done, which obviously it's a voluntary program. So it'll be a real challenge. I have a staff of 3 that does the work. We do use some community help, but it's it will take a while. It's not a 1-year project. It's more than that. I'll also add to it that the recommendation really is once we're done, we're supposed to start over. So like every 3 years, you're really supposed to be doing these kinds of detailed home assessments. They're not as detailed as we fix what's out there in the wild or in the interface. But that's basically the short version of we're not going to get there anytime soon. Short of rebuilding, which will take however long anyone wants to postulate. So it'll be a while before we get truly, I would say, resilient in a way that we might hope to be. And I think we'd want to know long-term what council would like in terms of policy and how aggressive we can be. But it's definitely not a single year simple answer that I can give you that we're going to get there. Maybe we get another 1,000 this year, hopefully.
And the threshold question to be answered by council is, do you want us to go retro or not, which is not.
Which is a different question, yes.
It's the same question.
Right.
Because last time we talked about this last year, we didn't say whether we liked it or didn't, we just said that there wasn't, given the trade-offs of the current work stuff, we didn't want to shift other priorities to answer those questions.
Yeah.
So some of those things are, so posing the same question now that we're in a different work plan. Is this something that we're interested of asking that question of, do we want to think about retroactive? And if so, what would that look like? It can, of course, not be done in 1 year because this is a multi-year, multi-decade. It's just setting a policy that then sets a course.
Yep, Brian, so brief.
My interpretation of the item that is cost benefit assessment of wildfire issues is the thing that answers the question that gets at of between retroactive requirements, more carrots, different kinds of fire breaks, fuel management. that is meant to help ask this question of what do we get for various things and what do they cost us both in terms of direct expense and otherwise? Is that a fair assessment of how you think about that?
So absolutely. So in terms of work plan, and I'll speak for the wildfire team that works on this across the different departments. This is not something we're working on as a complete package in the moment. So if this is something council would like the executive team really work hard at putting together, we definitely would have to have a conversation internally about putting that whole package together. Here's where you get the big bang for your buck, I think is where we'd like to go. We have a bunch of projects, and to an extent that work has been done, but in terms of a policy question and laying it all out, that is not, I honestly can tell you that it's not something we've said we were going to do.
Election may be faulty, but I believe that we were advised that retroactive legislation would not pass legal muster. Is that the case or? It's remembering.
She may not be able to give it.
Do you have a confidential legal memo on this subject? And I'm not going to disclose my confidential legal advice in public.
Great. Okay. All right. I'm ready to move on. Are you on this exact same point and so brief? New point. Great. Mike, your excuse. Thank you, darling. Please, Tina.
If we do not prioritize the substations on Union Hill and the other one, will they not be under consideration?
What's a recess? I don't know, Alistair, how, I'm sure you've talked to the chief, but I know that the chief and I are in conversations about those currently.
And then similarly, if we don't talk about the library, does that prevent you in any capacity from talking with the library? Just understanding their plans, and maybe when you're in the county and the district and CU and the library talk about the available property together.
Sure. When we do that.
When you do that.
Chris talks to the library all the time. What do you think, Chris?
Yeah, so I meet with the library district once a month.
Okay.
Already, and they're doing their strategic planning stuff. So if you don't prioritize this conversation now, the IGA says that we'll have a conversation about it next year.
And does that, because the IGA says that we're going to, and we'll have a conversation next year, is that without our approval prevent you from having some of those conversations now, not around what are we going to do with these buildings, but or when they're saying, hey, we do or do not think that we might have a use for these buildings in our strategy. Does that prevent you from sort of that the IGA says 2027? Is that any problem with having some conversations now about, oh, that's interesting because we might think about X, Y, or Z. I mean, is there?
Yeah, nothing holds us back from having those conversations, and that is part of what we engage with them on is some strategy, future strategy, what they're thinking. So,
okay.
Yeah, we're good.
Okay, cool. So we don't do this.
All right, have we answered all the burning questions? Surely. Not all the questions that you could possibly ask, but just the burning. Sounds like so. See, no. Fantastic. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm gonna go to each member of council. Have the following options. You may say, Heather, I would like to move one of these items to the new fresh board for the final round of council dotting. You will only be dotting items on this board, to be clear. Or you may say, Heather, I have had another amazing idea that I'm going to briefly describe. Nadia is going to write down, and we're not going to have any more conversation around it because we're going to move on. Or you can say, I'm good, I don't need to do anything. So that means, at most, we will add potentially 9 things to this. Here's what you need to be thinking about. Same as before, you have 2 dots to spend on up to 9 things that might find their way on this board. We will go exactly as we did before. 1 dot at a time, 1 person at a time. High card goes first. Round 1, low card goes first. Round 2, and then we're going to look at it. But in order for anything to make it from this board over to the going to be discussed in further detail tomorrow for final decisions, items from that board will have to have 5 dots. So what you might be thinking about is, okay, now I want to game this system. There are a few more items that find their way onto this paper. The greater the odds that those items will find their way onto this. You dig? Cool. Okay, yes.
So the ones that give 5 votes today become priorities, but what will be part of the discussion tomorrow?
Ones that get 5 votes today just become part of the discussion tomorrow. You're not making them priorities for the future. You're just saying, we want to make those part of the official discussion tomorrow. This is the tomorrow discussion sheet. You're not making any decisions about priorities today. You're just saying, there's enough of you that care enough about one of these, which did not previously get a dot. And you'll notice, generally speaking, we're pretty low in the priority ranking. You're just saying, now there's enough of us that care enough about it that we want to talk about it in greater detail tomorrow on this list.
So the voting is just elevating things from these 2 sheets potentially to that.
That is correct. That is correct.
Only if you want to.
That is correct.
Don't feel obligated.
Right, but you don't have to. That's right. Teresa?
And do they have to put it up?
They do not.
No.
It's that. They may abstain from any of it.
Yes.
Thank you for that question. Oh my God, teacher's pet again, 2 teachers' pets today. Yes, question.
I knew you were gonna do that, then I would have asked one more question. That was, you know, the subject limit growth of rental licenses in sensitive areas like the Hill and Martin Acre. I'm wondering if that's a one-year priority.
It depends. If it's a research what tools we may have, that might be something that we can do in 1 year. If it's research and get an ordinance together and figure that out, that is likely, given the stuff that's on Teresa's team's plate, likely more than a month.
Right. Okay. In no particular order, I will ask if anyone would like to take any one of these 3 actions. Rob, I'm going to start with you. Would you like to elevate a thing, create a new thing, or do nothing?
I'm gonna do nothing.
Thank you, sir. Oh, wow. Wow, there was stirring. Okay, bouncing over this way, you're cold. Do nothing. Going over this way, Tina.
Do nothing.
Fantastic. Aaron.
Gonna disappoint Maria.
To be one.
Cost benefit list of measures to become a fire adaptive community for 1,000, please.
Thank you. Terrific. Taisha.
I would like to add a new one.
Okay.
I would like to add scenario planning for disaster response.
Okay. Scenario planning for disaster response. Okay, she can write that. I know, I was gonna watch her, like, she can just write that. We'll
Yes,
bring
I
that. Fantastic. While Nadia is writing that, Tara. Hold on, love this, love this. I know you're getting questioned, but let's give our colleagues your attention. Tara.
Let me start with the rental licenses in sensitive areas.
You are elevating that for further dottage. Thank you, darling. All right. And Matt.
Aaron put mine up, so we're good to go.
Fantastic. Extra credit over there. Mark.
I'm going to second Tara's suggestion.
Fantastic.
So, are we like a whisper amongst ourselves?
I mean, apparently.
You know, that snow thing on the big high, the transportation, the people sliding down the hill, the snow policy.
Yes, that would be a new suggestion.
Are you rescinding your seconding? You're not spending your dots at all. Right now, you just get to either add something here, move something over here, or do nothing.
Then I will draw my suggestion. I'd like to have a review of our snow plowing.
New item, review of snow plowing policy. Okay? And then that's except for you? Is that everyone? Except for
Ryan's.
Yeah, I said Ryan, last but not least, darling.
I'd like to add a new thing.
Okay?
I would like to dig into the board and commission's recommendations. I don't think we have any there yet. So communication strategy around transportation vision for Boulder.
Okay. Communication strategy around transport. Say it again so she can read.
communication strategy around transportation vision for Boulder.
Hey. All right. Now, while Nadia is fine printing this, same thing as before. Dots only on these items.
Oh.
Round one, round two. Again, it's just, you're so surprised every time. And then things on this list that get 5 or more, move on to this list. That's all we're doing. Setting the stage for tomorrow, darlings. All right. High card goes first.
So Heather, just point of order.
Yeah, we will. I just have one more on there. And Nadia's getting really sassy with all of us. She's underlined the T on that one.
The D in Boulder.
You see why she fits on my team, right? All right. Nadia, will you take these items? Looks like a couple of them about to jump. The 2 new ones are going to jump. And Aaron, you have high card? You have high card. Fantastic. All right. 1 dot.
Heather, sorry, point of order.
Yeah.
There's 1 or 2 on there that are new, that nobody's heard of, nobody's asked about, or maybe it's just mine. Like, is that like 20, 30 seconds, so people know what that even is?
Do you want to promise me that's 20 or 30 seconds?
Yeah.
Okay, cool.
So the comp strategy for transportation, that's a board and commission recommendation. It's our only board and commission recommendation up there. It's from PAB. The idea is to help the community understand what's going on with all of these corridor changes we're doing, and picks up on the BVCP updates we're doing, just to communicate in a proactive way beyond the project, in a broad way, to the community. What are we doing with our transportation system?
Fantastic. I like that. Do you want to say a similarly brief thing about snowplow policy?
Well, we've had a lot of controversy over where we plow, where we don't plow, when we plow. Hope to discuss that.
Fantastic. Taisha.
Both from the perspective of, I know the team is already working on our most vulnerable populations. However, it continues to be a growing issue, especially from a financial perspective. Now we know that FEMA is not forthcoming with return funds. Thank you.
Thank you. Yes.
Very small clarification. I believe the form-based code revision is carried forward from the planning board letter.
Yeah, sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah.
Planning boards.
Take that. All right. Yes.
Similarly, are the 2 new ones, are they achievable in a year, just from staff?
Staff, can you clarify that the new items can be done in a year? Starting with scenario planning for disaster relief, can that be done in a year?
You're actually planning on that already, but yes.
But for council, not just
Yep.
for internal.
For council. Yep, for council, and you can get it done in a year. Look how unflappable he is. He's like, yeah. Cool.
Yeah, I'll take it out if it's already happening.
Okay,
For
fantastic.
council.
Okay, wait, hold on.
Just taking notes.
Actually, I have a question on.
Oh, wait, lovely. You getting punchy? You getting punchy? Okay, Taisha said, if they're already doing it, I'll take it off. And then Nicole said, but really quickly, I have a quick question. Go.
I have a question. Does that include stuff like in Altadena right now, about 60% of people who lost their homes in the fire are about to have their homes foreclosed on? Like, is that the relief that we're talking about? Like, how are we thinking about what happens after a disaster when people have lost their homes and their livelihoods?
So Mike, I'll defer to you. We were talking about kind of a disaster 101. What would that include?
So to that question immediately would be to take a disaster scenario, run council through it from the scope of where we are, level set with preparedness, current capabilities in the community, take you through an actual scenario, work through the impacts and lead you into recovery and then the impacts of recovery. The other side of that, if we're talking about a community scenario, that would be something different than council. The answer, we could do yes to both, if that was council direction.
Oh, so we only have a council but not community part.
I heard just council.
Oh, okay, then it stays
I
on.
heard you say community.
Stays on.
Okay,
My
so
apologies.
just be clear.
I want council and community.
So if they want community scenario planning, like what you just said, that needs different. That's different. Okay, thank you.
And that would be targeted towards our most vulnerable. That would be mobility, low income, and those without cars.
Okay. Review of snow plowing policy, can that be done in a year?
No.
You'll be nonsense, but.
Say 2 sentences about why not?
2 sentences.
2 sentences.
I think part of the issue is there's a lot of communications that would be needed and engagement around it would have to be thorough. I think we did that 2 years ago. To do it again would be a substantial effort. Not to say it would be worth it. I just think it would be very hard to do it in 1 year. Sorry, that's more than 2 sentences.
And probably the same people that are doing that are likely working on Sundance stuff.
Oh, yes.
Terry, clarification on that item?
Make it a smaller scope, meaning adding a few blocks in of seniors that are breaking their legs on the ice up until. Would that take more than a year?
I think it's part of our program to evaluate every year. I don't want to evaluate after every storm event, but evaluate every year. And I think we promised to do so. So in that sense,
You're doing that anyway.
I think we're doing that anyway.
Great.
Okay. And then comm strategy around transportation vision for Boulder. Can that be done in a year?
I suppose depends on the scope.
What was in, can you say what was in the tab letter?
Yeah. Just find the right thing here. Key thing is holistic comm strategy, distinct from a project-based community engagement, should help community members understand how various projects and policies fit into an overall vision for improved transportation in Boulder and their implications for quality of life, economic vitality, and the safety of vulnerable users. Clear, accessible, comprehensive comms. That's the idea.
So since I heard something engagement. That it probably would take a little more than a year. You want meaningful engagement around what the vision should be. If it's a matter of just explaining, putting in order for people to see what we're already doing and why, then it probably could be done in 12 months.
Okay. If it's just outgoing comms, one-way comms from you to the community, that can be done in a year. If it's a conversation with the community, that's gonna take longer.
Correct.
Fantastic.
And could I just, as you're reading, I was reading, so this is about how to complete the CAN, advancing other visions or priorities, and getting community buy-in to the TMF. So those are specific. I don't know if that changes anything else.
Okay, all right. You ready? Lucky number 10, one dot, hit it. No, I trust you completely. You're not sketchy, you're new.
It's just 1 dot. 1 dot.
1 dot first round, and then we go back the other way. Yep.
Only on that.
Only on that one, that's right. What? Is that what that means? Oh, yeah, yes. I thought you were sassing me. Yes, that's what that means. All right, who's 9?
Even if you
You don't
don't have your dot.
You don't have your dot, you may abstain.
Are
You
you-
don't want
are you running?
Hey, Aaron snuck up on me. Aaron's like, I am ready for this.
No purchasing dots on the sides.
Yes.
We're
All right, 7, are you ready? All right. Here comes lucky number 7. Are you taking their pictures? They keep going. 6. Who got 6?
I got 6.
All right, and who's gonna be 5? It's like public comment, right? You gotta be ready for like when you're next in line, see over here. Right, boom. Great. Wait, are we just doing one? Just one, and then we're gonna go around again, just like we did last time. All right, Tina?
Well, I did 2. I did 2. Sorry.
That's all right.
Sorry.
We're doing 2.
Can I take one off?
You should.
Jackson's dying.
These people are running a town, it's ridiculous. All right. I mean, that's, which seems wise, honestly, yeah.
There is like in this moment, I don't want to be any have any dots in this moment.
Right, okay. Sarah? Are you 4? Okay. Just one. Oh, okay, yep. Like me. Okay. All right. Nicole is number 2, so she's gonna put her first dot and her second dot, and then we're gonna come back to you, Taisha, as number 3. She's like, damn it. Just that now.
And those dots the same, gravitas as those
The
dots.
dots don't compare to each other right now. The only purpose of these dots is to see which one you want to move into the conversation for tomorrow.
Oh, and it has to be a 5.
Right, that's right. All right, are you, hey, Tara, are you for?
Yeah.
You can also abstain is fine.
That's true.
Yeah, it was cute that you said that, Heather, but that's. Right. Next. Yeah. Yep. Tina's 5. Next to 7.
Ah, everybody got.
It had to have one.
That's fun.
Such a spice punch. You guys made me laugh. I had a couple of really serious councils this year. Thanks for being fun.
It's less fun than last.
Sorry.
Isn't it your fault?
Can I please them all? I do bill you for my alcohol after these events. Yeah, Mark. Meeting expenses.
Yes.
All right. So close. You hear the thinking back there is very heavy thinking. All right. My own. And then in a delightful turn of events, our newest council member gets the last dot. Alrighty. See what happens. Like, watch me go make a difference. Dramatic. Are we excited? It's not that dramatic. It's not even not that dramatic. All right. Okay. So that means for tomorrow, you now have 3, 6, 9, 12, 13, 14 things to figure out which of them you are not actually going to do. Before I give folks some thinking homework for tonight, Nuria, is there anything that you want folks to be thinking about regarding this list of 14 things? Is there a version of the world where you do all of these?
No.
No. Teresa.
Did we talk about whether limit growth of rental licenses in sensitive areas is a 1-year priority?
I think we said if research is a 1-year priority, but anything beyond that is
Yes.
So we're
Okay,
taking
yeah,
is
yeah,
research.
Thank you.
She was getting a little sort of breath. She was. Yeah. Right. All right, Nuria, reflections on this list for us?
I think all the priorities were really thoughtful and these are really terrific priorities, but with all the context of everything that's happening this year in 1 year, it's impossible to do all these, right, as we know. So I just ask that you really think about the departments that are impacted, right? Who can do what? In particular, I'm thinking of my colleague here in CAO that has some of these, who is impacted by these. And then really, what are your very, very top priorities? Because some of these are really terrific. Some of these can wait. Some of these are not completely urgent at the moment. So I'd be thinking about that. Staff is going to be thinking about some of this, and hopefully team, if there is some additional scoping that we need to think more through,
then I ask that you briefly think about that for tomorrow, briefly.
So brief.
So that's all I got.
Okay, yep.
For tomorrow, survive.
Yeah, we can type it up and email it out to you, sure.
Great, so we don't have to take pictures of.
No, but you may also take pictures of them if you want. Taisha, did you have a question?
Well, it was gonna be add on to your point about departments. It would be helpful to know which department. I mean, as far, like.
Okay.
Going back.
We can do that. And maybe a lead department and then
Yeah.
that would be significantly impacted.
Yeah.
Okay, fantastic. Thanks for that. Ryan, do you have a question?
Same, just if some assessment if it's possible.
Probably, we had this first list before staff did their presentation, if we say knock down some of them. So are we gonna start with getting rid of those, or is none of my business how you're gonna do it?
Well, so here's what I would say. We could do it a couple of ways. My preference would be I will give you dots in the morning. And if what you heard from staff makes you think that you don't need to prioritize that anymore, you should not put your dots there. If what you heard from staff, you're like, yeah, I still think it's important, I want to put a dot on it, that is a choice that you are free to make.
Oh, so we're starting with a new slate.
Yes,
I see.
that's why I was telling you, we will rewrite these. They will look different, you won't even be able to remember what the dots were from today. Nicole?
How many dots do we get in the morning? Does the number of things get from that first dot exercise then play into moving forward?
Thank you for asking that. My current thinking is that I would give you 3 dots. And that will be the final dotting. And if there is a clear set of priorities, which would be awesome, beat steps, then that would be grand. And if they're scattered about like they were today, then we might have to do more dotting, but my expectations with some conversation, we can narrow it down.
And we'll have some opportunity in the morning to have some discussion with each other about some of this.
If you'd like to, yeah.
I'm trying to think about how we.
Yeah.
Where's that breakfast time? There's fingers and options. You might think about.
Here's the thing that I see your hand, Matt, I'll come to you in a second. Here's the thing just to remember, right, is what's important to people is what's important to people. And I'm not sure you're going to convince other people with lengthy and compelling speeches. Part of why I asked you to do that one-on-one time today is to really listen to understand what your friends and colleagues around the table are thinking about and prioritizing. Optimally, that would influence your thinking. So tomorrow, if we want to have some discussion time, and by some, I mean like 1 hour, that would be the absolute max, because I'm not sure you're going to talk yourself into an easy decision. What you're going to have to make a hard decision, because it's a 1-year work plan, you have all of that, and none of these ideas are bad.
Could we turn that board towards the camera so anybody in the public can see what's on the board?
Absolutely. Anyone, do you all need to look at this while I do that? Okay, cool. Is it good?
You tell the people that the dots are not necessarily how we feel about it.
They've been listening.
Just told them, right?
They just don't have somebody maybe I'll take a screenshot of that without any context.
Yeah, that's a bad idea. Turn it around.
So that I text all of it.
So we can't solve that.
Right, that's a Zoom problem. Okay, Taisha, question.
Would it be possible to have staff speak to, I mean, I know that you just said, yes, we could do it in one, but in the year timeframe, but if there was time during that hour to ask staff questions as well on some of the new ones, we didn't have a chance to do some of that.
Yep.
Within the hour that we have.
Yes, I like the way you framed that. Thank you. Yeah, that made me like it a lot. Yeah.
2 questions for Mark. Question 1, so we each get 3 dots. This is your thinking. We each get 3 dots. And is it first ones to 5 sort of that does it, or is it more complicated than that? Not first ones, but the
1 to 5, yeah. I confess to you, I haven't thought that far because I didn't know how many of these you would have. I need to think about what will have counted would look like. Can I tell you that in the morning?
Sure.
Okay, thank you. Sorry.
My second question.
Yes.
Do we have a commitment to the end time tomorrow, or just wait and see? It's just 4, but we talked about trying to finish earlier, but
I don't want to, first of all, it's all up to you all, right?
Sorry.
So here's what I can say for sure. We're going to be done with this at lunch because we just have, right? After lunch, you have 8 process improvement things to talk about. I do not anticipate that taking until 4 o'clock, but you have some time to surprise me. Yes, Mark, and then Nicole.
We have previously been asked, our top 4 or 5 priorities. Shouldn't we be getting 4 or 5 dots?
Math. Just work that math though. Here's the thing. When this sort of gets to Ryan's question, when we constrain the number of dots, you do have some incentive to try to figure out where there is some shared priority and some sense of the will of your colleagues. The more dots I give you, the easier it is to be like, well, I know nobody else wants this, but I really, really, really want it. And then we have more islands. I am prepared to pivot if there is not an obvious pattern in tomorrow's dotting exercise. But I hope that you will think really carefully about what you heard today and that there will be.
I only ask because there seemed to be very little consensus on the top tier items.
This is why I am prepared that you might have to dot twice. I would hate that. That would make me feel sad. But we will get through it together, Martin. We will get through it together.
Emotionally very fragile.
I know. About, but if you want to sit next to these files, we can help each other do this. Hey, for you. Nicole.
This is possible. If I could just throw out something I would love to lock in tomorrow at 8:30.
Yes, gosh.
We have pretty much every high level leader in the city organization in this room right now. I am so curious that if nobody were looking, where would you put your 3 dots? And is there any way that we can have that be part of the information that we have? We are very rarely making decisions, especially in this magnitude, without input from everybody here and all their expertise. And I am just wondering what would emerge from that. But I know none of these are necessarily things that you all would have concocted anyway, but as you're thinking about this year, as you're thinking about priorities and things like that, what would that be? And does it have to influence anybody's decision? But I'm just curious if there's.
Can I say maybe, and I'll talk to Nuri about it after you all go?
Yes.
How about
And privacy, like we have.
Exactly.
You know what I mean?
Privacy, like with no want to say what it was, kind of thing. Just
Okay, last couple of questions.
Yeah.
Just on the same idea, I would also just hear from the city manager.
Maybe the city manager could just huddle up with her people and just give you a sense. That might be fine too.
Yeah.
Tara?
If, let's say, and I'm not saying that, let's say that bike theft involves PD. And that's the only thing that involves PD, I would say. Would there be an opportunity to say, well, we can do these 6 things, but we could also do this because it involves the department that's not at all being used? Or do you, at this point, do you not even want to get into that?
I mean, I guess I'd have to know a little bit more about your hypothetical, but just remember that every department is doing a million other things. So it depends on what that would be and how much it is. And if it hasn't elevated now, we don't know how to scope that.
Okay. Okay. It's gonna be so fun.
So,
All right. I think the question is,
but the other,
right. One should not presume that only planning has a bunch of stuff, right? Like just because PD only has one proposed item doesn't mean that PD has lots of time to absorb that item, is what I think Mary you're saying.
yes, they've got tons of prep to do for Sunday stress. So we got plenty of stuff.
Yeah. All right. Lovelies. We will see you here in the morning. Breakfast again at 9. Breakfast will be here at 9. I will have your dots ready. We will have materials for you, and you will go and have a lovely evening and be relaxing. And thank you for a fabulous day. Go forth and enjoy.